There. I should be streaming now.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. Now, that being said, for you guys over here, I'm going to share because I don't have a camera for you guys because it goes to my stream instead. I can't get it to go both for some reason. Share. Where's the screen? There we go. Share screen. And I'm looking for, I believe this one. There we go. There you go. My OBS is what you guys are getting to see. Oh. It's a little more live, like it's not as much delayed that way for you guys.
Yeah.
Oh. And you'll be able to see what I'm doing. I'm going to get out my dice. Unlike you guys, I actually need more dice.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
That's not good.
Who's that?
Oh, that was probably me. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, that was probably me. If there was some kind of staticky pop or whatever, that would probably come from me.
Yeah, it was staticky pop, exactly. Start early. Oh, you guys can't see me yet because I'm still on the other screen. I was going to say, start early with the sponsor, Coke Zero.
So, I don't know if my question came through or not. I have to buy an Ethernet cable for new job. Does it matter what kind of Ethernet cable I get?
No.
Like, I'm seeing Cat 6, Cat 7, Cat 8.
Cat 6 is kind of the normal. It'll do everything. It'll cover, video, everything else. It's pretty good. If I was around, I would just make you some because I got the ends and everything.
Yeah, fair enough. You could probably just 3D print one.
No, I have all the hookups and the tools.
Oh, you have all the stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, sweet. That's cool.
I probably have about 100 different Cat 6s too sitting at the church down in that bin.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys can hear on the stream at all? Just that it's not. I know you have muted right now, but I just wanted to see if it's coming through.
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you. I'm gonna see if I hear myself.
Yeah, I can.
Yep, I can hear us.
Okay, good.
Yep, perfectly.
Just wanted to make sure.
Cool.
Yeah, I just had to turn the volume up. I have it on 2 so that way, because I know that the Twitch algorithm, if you have a stream muted, even if you're watching it, it doesn't count as a view.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't know if YouTube's algorithm was the same way. So I have it on I have it on really low, but it's not muted.
Yeah. Right now it says I have 3 people watching.
Which is because 3 people are watching.
Yeah. I would guarantee it's probably you guys. So is Andrew coming, or are we going to be starting without him?
He has not messaged me back, so I'm not entirely sure.
He must be out doing something.
Yeah, he wasn't home when I went to drop him off his box of tea that I got from work, my old job yesterday. So
you left him a message, right? So he'll come in when he comes in.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll be starting without him, or here we go. We are. I'm going to do a little intro here in a second. Let me just switch there. Okay, so as you can see, guys, we are here, and this is a new Accord. And let me just bring that a little closer. We're at New Acord, which is kind of a unique place in the galaxy of BattleTech. And so we're kind of excited about getting started here. And the problem with New Acord is they don't even realize they're in the galaxy of BattleTech. As far as they know, the world is 100 years old, and they've been living here all their life. The oldest person on the Earth, on their planet, Acord, is actually 105. So they know there's something outside of New Acord, but they don't know exactly what that is and why they're here and what's going on with their planet. But that's the reality of things.
I just noticed what your character's name is. That's good. I like that.
Which character?
Jonas Fistoff.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I figured I might as well give myself a character as a DM.
Yeah, that's fine. I love that. Like you were saying when you were teaching us kind of the rules and everything, like you said that you can spec it so that the DM can still join us in a combat as a PC, right?
Yeah, and then move it different ways and different things. It gives you a lot of freedom. Actually, just when we get on to this first prop, because some people probably don't know what BattleTech Destiny is. It's a fairly new version of BattleTech. It's kind of the rules made simple. The old rules were great, but they were very hard for new players and very numbery and mathematical. And there's going to be a bunch of people, if they watch this, are going to be like, "Oh, I love the old rules." Well, that's fine. They have their place.
I didn't mind the old rules. I liked the way the game played, but it was kind of boxy and clunky.
Yeah. So what we're doing is trying to make this fun and entertaining, and so we're taking our version of Destiny and making it fun, and doing a lot of storytelling in the process and a lot of conversational place. I am running the game. I'm the DM, and my name in the game is Jonas Fistoff, and I'm John, the Fist Riley, and runner of Legion Outpost. And with us today, we've got well, let's introduce ourselves in order. So we might as well go with Billy.
So for some of you who have watched the Star Wars stream, I identify as the real Slim Brady 13. You can follow me wherever you want to if you really want to. I'm not a content creator yet. I will be one day maybe. But here I'm going to be playing the role of Billy O'Leary. I'm just a wee little potato farmer.
Yep, we have our potato farmer with us, and he's got a lot of cool creative things. You see on them, they have tags. If you notice this is part of the game rules, and tags are just kind of telling you a little bit about them. Those tags will grow and develop as they go. And so Billy's tags right now is jokester and potato farmer. And so that's the tags he carries out in with him. And so
that's potato farmer.
Yeah, and we're going to have a lot of fun with that. And next, we're going to introduce you to our next character.
Yeah, I'm Logan. I'm going to be playing Wolfgang Nemechek. And Wolfgang himself is, grew up in a tech family, but has always wanted to kind of escape that. He loves going to the bar and gambling. He's a calculated person, always looking for the best odds, but also gets himself into a lot of trouble because he never runs away. He goes full bore. Even as he's got the worst hands, he's gonna try and bluff you. So some of my tags are like gambler, calculated, rebellious. As he said, I don't want to work for my family. I don't want to work in a factory, and I'm ambitious. This world's too small for me, even though it's all I know.
And this world is a fairly small world. The other two characters that will be playing regularly with us is played by Ark, and his name is Osaka, and he is from a Japanese lineage, and he has no last name to speak of. Well, he does, but his last name has been shamed, so he cannot use his last name. And so that's Osaka, and that'll be played by Ark. And then we have Felix Mendoza. And Felix Mendoza is going to be played by King Karma, and he's a great little guy who is really into the arts, and so he'll be interested in, and I mean as in his characters into the arts, and so we'll see how he goes. And we've developed the characters, and we've done through the character sheets, and it was very fun. It was actually almost as fun to develop the characters in this system than as it was to play a round. And so I really enjoy this system. And as again I said, there's going to be a lot of haters because a lot of people who play BattleTech for a long time really like the old school everything numbers. And I tell you, I like the tabletop. I started on BattleTech tabletop, and I enjoy it, and we play it. But for speed and RPG, I really like the way this is done. This uses a queue system, which means you have some preset cues that kind of help you along in your story. And each character will take a time to navigate and narrate part of the story. So here's the outbreak, what we're on right now. I'm going to tell you the gist of the world so you can kind of understand where our people are and what's going on. And so they're on New Acord, and New Acord is 100 years old. It is a world that is based on peace, but there is some division in this world. There are basically two communities of this world. There is one community that's found in the mountains and farmland, and they spend a lot of time farming, doing agriculture, mining, and they have ore processing place, and they have a tech company that makes small factory machinery. Farming machinery, and they're a little more technologically advanced than the other community. And there's only about 300 people that meet in this community, and the community is made up of 3 different types of people in this community. It is the tech side is very German based. There's an English side, and then there's a strong farming community of Gaelic, Irish, Scottish background, and so that's the yeah. So there's a lot of that in that area. So there is even some little divisions within this small community of about 300 people. Now, if you go down 50 kilometers down the road, through this big empty vast land and through down below the mountains, there is a coastal land along the ocean. And now the ocean takes up majority of this planet. And there's good farming land in both areas, and there's lots of farms down by the ocean land. They farm a lot of rice down there and a lot of wheat down there, but they also have some oil sands where they get oil and a lot of petroleum, and they make petroleum, and they are known for fishing and farming and petroleum production. The tech industry is not quite as big down there, but they do have some small tech stuff working with mainly like communication types tech stuff and building a communication system for this country. Now what's happening is it's a 100th year anniversary, and so every 10 years both communities come together, and there's about 600 people in the other community, and then there's scattered hundreds of people up in the mountains and different things, but both communities come together at every 10 years, and they celebrate a big party for harvest time, and they share their things. Other than that, they don't come together a lot. The travel's not easy. There's not vehicles of sort. There's animals and different things like that. There are small farm vehicles, but nothing that goes fast. And so they come together and they have this big celebrations where everybody gets to know each other, and they trade gossip and different things, and they have this big party for about a week. And they meet at this one spot. It's kind of in the middle. It's a tavern. There's a tavern in the middle between. It's 25 kilometers from each community, and it's just a small little tavern. It's kind of the middle place where people sometimes trade good or just going out of the way to get away from family or whatever, to find their own way. And this tavern is where there's like a fairground area, and then there's a mountain in the background, and you can see a picture of it here in the stream. That's the area where this tavern is found, with the mountain in the background. Kind of the river runs to the ocean, and so they're meeting here for this big party that happens every 10 years. And since the last time this party happened, the oldest ancestor of the fishing community, which is made up of Chinese background, Japanese background, and English background, and the oldest senior member of that community died since then. So now the oldest person in that community is 60 years old. So they're losing touch to the world before the world. And that oldest community last time they met was 120 years old. and so he was really old, and so yeah, he had a lot of wisdom. So here we are. We're in the middle of this instance, and so scene one, we're going to go and see what all the fuss is at New Acord 100th anniversary. And so I'm going to leave it to our heroes to start off, and we'll start with in the order that they're seen. And so Billy O'Leary will be the first one to tell you about what's he doing to get to this anniversary.
Oh.
So it's the day of the anniversary, and you're trying to make your way down to the party zone. And what's going on in your way there? So the way this game runs, just so you guys are aware, is I will narrate a bit, then I will give it to Brady to narrate, and then Logan will narrate. And if they cross paths or with any of each buddy, we can have communication time where we're talking. But basically, what you're going to see is, sorry, I shouldn't have said Brady. Slim Brady, it's in his name. Anyways, we're going to see is Billy. He's going to talk about his day and how he gets there. Maybe he's going with his family. We don't know. Maybe he's looking for a new lass. And so he'll give an opportunity to share a little bit about why he'd even go. We can't hear you.
Yeah. Are you muted? No, he's not.
He's having mic problems. Right as it's time to narrate. Well, do you want me?
Yeah. Well, maybe I'll.
Yeah, go with. Do you want to go with Logan first? Okay.
Yeah, let's do that. So, big festival like this, there's always gonna be suckers and people that I haven't met before, that I've never had the opportunity to, show them my ace up the sleeve. Not that they know about it, but they know about it too late after I've taken their money from them. So I'm kind of hanging around the bars with my go-to place. I'm not really big into the whole festival. It's just kind of all children's games and whatever else. There's some cool stuff that happens. Like there's the wrestling ring and stuff. That's always fun to bet on. But for the most part, it's
anything to get a buck, eh?
Anything to get a buck. I'm not over with my family showing off the new technological advancements and stuff that we've got in farming technology. I spend every single day doing that. So I'm kind of sitting around the bar, and I'm sitting at a table with a couple other people. There's a lady, and there's another gentleman, and there's another gentleman there, and we're kind of going around the table playing cards.
One gentleman looks over to you and says, "Hey, you've been winning a lot of hands."
Winning? This is the first time I've ever played. This is great. I mean, it's not my fault. I must just be lucky, I guess.
Yeah, luck comes by a lady. He looks over the lady.
Well, it's not my fault. I'm taking her money too. As I said, must be beginner's luck. As I expertly deal out the cards with one hand, flipping around.
Beginner's luck. You deal like a pro.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Factories aboard. Yes, we hear you.
Hooray!
So
Hooray!
So you continue to play cards with the guys. He's starting to get a little annoyed. So I don't know if you want to lose a couple before you win more or whatever. Because he's starting to feel a little bit like he's being taken here. Anyways, and his name is Andre. So Andre is this big beast of a man who's starting to feel annoyed, and he's a farmer and he's a field worker, so he comes by his money hard. So
okay, so you said these parties happen once every 10 years, but this one's a big one because it's 100, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay,
so
you're going to go to Brady now, and we'll come back to you.
Perfect. So Billy's really excited. Billy's never been around for one of these parties before.
That's true. He's only 16 years old.
So little Billy, who's 16, so he's old enough to do some of the fun things in this society. He's running around, and he runs straight down into the festivities as soon as he can. He said he heard something about the wrestling ring, and he wanted to put a bet in on that. He wanted to go have a scrap with somebody in the ring too.
Okay.
Ready to fight someone.
So as you walk up to the area where you get the ring, the guy goes, "Are you gonna fight today, young lad?"
Oh yeah, I'm ready for a scrap, lad.
Oh, so what should we call you? I'll get you on the card.
Billy O'Leary.
Billy O'Leary. Okay. It's gonna cost you three coins. I don't know what money we're gonna use in this world, so
Okay.
three tokens.
Yeah, sure.
So you get you
Sure,
take the 3 tokens. Now, if you win, you get 10 to 1, so you can get 30 back.
That's brilliant. I'll take that.
Now you're just going to be fighting
What's the rules
You're
of
going to
the
be
fight?
fighting last year's champion.
Okay, what's the rules to the fight here?
Anything goes, just no weapons.
Anything goes, just no weapons. Okay.
So he's
Okay.
like patting you down and like you look scrawny. But yeah, you might be wiry. You might be fast enough. I let you know this this guy is he's known for his heftiness. So you'll be up in 5.
That's all right.
He'll be up in about 10 minutes. In 10 minutes we will you'll be up. So you can go and get ready for this fight.
All right. So you said anything but weapons, right?
Yes.
Well, I got the sack of potatoes. A sack of potatoes isn't a weapon, right?
I would say it depends on how you use it. Anyways,
All right.
so 10 minutes. I'll see you back in 10 minutes. So you can go explain what you're going to do for 10
Brilliant.
minutes.
I'm gonna go explore some more. See if I can get in some more of the action of this here party. Billy O'Leary's raring to go. Is there anywhere I can go play some cards? Can I go play some poker?
You remember you have 10 minutes. So you don't want to wander too far off.
No, I probably want to stay pretty close.
So where are you going to wander around? There's like animal herding things. There's like trading. There's like marketplaces. There's like, people over in the back preparing for fireworks.
I'll go check out the marketplace because I assume the marketplace and the wrestling ring are like
they're very close.
Right into the same area.
Yeah,
very close. I'll go check out the marketplace, see what's available in the marketplace.
Okay, so tell me what you see.
Well, I see shopkeepers all over the place. I'm gonna walk up to a shopkeep. I see the shopkeep's got fruit. I see the shopkeep's got some nice and ripe mangoes.
Mangoes, huh?
Shopkeep, I want to buy some mangoes.
What you want to trade for the mangoes? You want to trade coin, or I see you got some potatoes there. I'll take some potatoes for some mangoes.
Some potatoes. Okay, I'll trade you some potatoes for some mangoes.
Okay, let me see your potatoes.
How many? All right, here are some of the best potatoes in the land.
Potatoes are growing all over the place, but mangoes are very rare in this world.
That may be true, but like I said, these are the best potatoes in the land.
I'll trade you these 2 mangoes for that potato sack.
All right, you got yourself a deal.
Hands you 2 mangoes. You take the potato sacks, and just as you do that, you hear the announcer going, "Billy O'Leary, ready to fight, ready to come down, ready in this corner." Billy O'Leary weighing in at.
I'm running with my mangoes. I'm putting my mangoes in my bag.
And you hear him saying, weighing in at about 160 pounds. And in this corner, the champ, Osuki Yakanika Yamuka, weighing in at 485 pounds. And you walk in and you see this huge sumo wrestler type guy, like in the corner, and he's like, "Oh, Diego!" And so we'll end there and go back to the card game.
Card game? All right. Well, I was dealing them out. And, I mean, if I've got a good hand I always play it, and if I don't have a good hand, I make it a good hand. So I'm like, this guy's a sucker in my head. So and then I kind of give a quick little flick of my thumb, give him a card that I know is like a 2, clink, and then go to him into the table, and I just do whatever card to the lady next to me, and they come back to me, and that's all 2 cards. And I was like, all right, well, it's your auntie there, big fella. Jaundice or whatever your name is.
You heard my name correctly when I told you the first time.
Oh, I'm so sorry. What could I say? Oh well. Maybe you can show me what you got with this hand that you got now.
He looks at his hand. I'm all in.
All in, eh? And what we say, it's we're not very rich people, so we're like, we kind of got like maybe he pushes in like 22 coins onto the table, tokens on the table. I'm like, and I'm like, the lady next to me, she says, "Oh, that's too rich for my blood," and she throws her cards into the middle folding. And it comes to me, and I'm like,
so we're playing kind of like poker, where they drop the cards too, right? So we each have 2 cards.
Yeah, right. I called it was Texas Hold'em at the beginning.
Okay,
so.
That's what we're playing. Okay, so
I've
rolled for my my hand that you're gonna have to beat, just so you know, with your knowing that you gave me 2s.
Right. Okay. So, yeah, I guess I would make my own roll.
Yeah. So you're gonna make a 2-6 roll, and then your gambling ability. I think you have a gambling.
Yeah, I do have the gambling.
So you're gonna roll that, and you're gonna and then you're going to add that, and whatever wins is the highest hand.
All right. Okay, I've got my number ready to go.
Yeah, I have mine, and really, to be honest, it's.
Did we just say it? Because I don't know. Do we do like poker? Like we don't know until the very end.
Sure.
It's like I got my hand, you've got your hand.
Okay, so we're gonna drop the first. We're gonna drop the first 3. Okay, and so it's kind of a mixed bit, but you see a 2 in there.
I'm like, oh no, man, this is not looking too good. But I'm like, okay, you know what? I can make it work, and I just sort of like nonchalantly, I'm just like, okay, whatever.
And so now it goes to you. Are you gonna bet again? Oh, you went all in. We all both went in.
No, he went all in, right?
So you're gonna.
Yeah.
So you
met
him. Yeah, you called him. Okay,
yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, I called.
So
him.
then he flops his 2 cards, and they're 2 2s.
So you got a 3 of a kind.
Yeah, right now. So
okay.
Working on.
Okay, so what is your first dice? Here's my first dice.
I have a 6 as well.
Oh, look at that! Look at that. It might come down. It might come to your giving. Like right there. So we're flipping the next card here, and it flops a queen. Okay. Now, the question is, what is the last card going to be? Here's what my other roll was.
Oh, yeah, I got a 5.
Oh, what's your gambling ability?
+3.
So here's the thing. It was going to be a 2 flop, right? But as you flop it, you cheat. You flip whatever cards you need to beat them. Because you beat them because of, so you're like, as you see it flopping, you're like, it's going to be a 2, but you have to choose now. You have to choose now. What card? What are you going to flop it so he wins or you win? That's what you're going to choose in your story. Now go ahead and storytell.
There's a lot of money on the table, and at this point, I would not back down. So I'm just like, well, nope. I've dealt this deck just perfectly. So he ends up getting his 3 2s, and I end up getting we'll say 3 kings, because I didn't want to make it look like I was trying too hard. There was 2 kings that flipped up, and I had 1 king and like a 7 or something, right?
Okay, yeah. So on the second one, you've had a king through a river throwing king or something. Yeah, you threw the king in at last.
Yeah. I'm just like,
He looks at you and goes,
oh man.
He looks at you and goes, what? How is that possible?
How's that possible? Them's the cards, my man.
I hate these cards. And then just as he's about to get mad, he hears Billy O'Reilly's Leary's fighting, and he's like, Billy O'Leary? That's the farm boy down the road. I'm gonna go check that out. And so he gets up and leaves you with his money not too mad, and he's excited about this announcement he's heard in the background.
Hey, well, that's not so bad. You're a nice lady. You played well. Drink for her. And I grab the coins and I toss the coin to her and walk out the door. Wolfgang, remember that lady? I'm like, the bets are on. Let's go.
Okay, so we enter outside, and as you head outside too? So you're
like
so as you head outside,
the fights are on.
Yeah.
I gotta make my bet.
As you head outside, you hear them announcing. Hold on, my mic is just running a little hot because I'm talking louder. So here we go. The welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is the big fight today. We have the rookie in the one corner and Billy O'Leary, and he's taking on the champion. The betting window is open for 2 minutes only. 2 minutes only. We have a 20-1 odds right now on the little guy. 21 odds on the little guy to win. You know, actually, yeah, 21 to win, and 5-1 if he lasts us 3 minutes.
Well, I mean, I think I've probably seen this kid around town a few times, right? Mm-hmm. He's like, right, he's a big Irish lad. And then I look over at the.
Well, I'm not a big Irish lad. I'm a little Irish lad, but
you're a little Irish lad.
Yeah, he's wiry.
I've seen that. Yeah,
he's wiry.
Okay.
I'm 16. I'm 5'7" and 125 pounds, or 110 pounds.
16,
I'm looking him up and down. I'm like, you know what? I'm not gonna lose nothing. I took that.
Andrew says he can be on in 20 minutes.
Okay.
Good to know. Yeah, I can make this bet work. I just got 20 tokens. I'm just gonna go for it here. I said, 20 tokens on the little guy. Clink, without even thinking about it.
Okay. So 20 tokens, the little guy. Here's your money. He takes a ticket for you. This is your ticket. You need to bring this back to me if he wins.
Oh, don't worry. I always place the right bet.
Sorry. Yes, if he wins. And then, and so you see, pan over and you look over, and in the corner of the one corner, as I said, is this big honking, 450-pound like sumo wrestler style guy. But you know, one thing you didn't really notice when he first walked in and he did this big, huge pounding on the ground was he actually seems very agile, and he when he goes up and it does like a little jump up in the air, he like kind of like almost gets to a good height. Like we're talking like 3-4 foot jump for this big heavy guy, and he comes down on the dirt mat and he's like, and like, because you're not from the other community, you don't realize that this guy is like, this is what he does. He fights for money, and like the fighting sport is very popular in the other community, and so he's kind of like a monster in the ring.
Oh, brilliant!
It's just your first time to
like
the party.
Yeah, then you kind of like you can kind of hear this last 5 minutes, 3 minutes. That's all I need.
You're gonna cut him in because he can probably run for 3 minutes.
If I was allowed to bet on this myself, I would have bet on myself to last 3 minutes.
You can
with
bet
those odds and that payout.
You can bet this for yourself.
Yeah,
you can drop. It's 5-1. You're already in for $3.
Cool. So throw me in another 5 at 5-1 payout for 3 minutes.
Yeah. So you can make a big 25 if you can survive 3 minutes.
Sounds like a plan to me. Billy O'Leary can dodge around for 3 minutes in a fight. No problem. Billy O'Leary's been in a scrap for 12 minutes before.
So
He's the scrappiest lad in his class.
So the fight is about to begin. So Billy O'Leary, tell me about this. What you're doing when you're getting in? What's your emotion going through you? What's the thoughts?
All right, so Billy O'Leary's just being very energetic. He's running up and down. He's jumping around. This is what kind of wrestling ring are we talking about here? Are we talking like
Okay,
a
so
square circle, or are we talking the one with the ropes and the turnbuckles?
there's no turnbuckles. Basically, it's dirt with a fence around it. It's kind of
Okay.
like your typical sheep pen, and everybody's laying around it.
Okay, so I'm gonna stand on the top of it, and I'm just gonna put both hands in the air, and I'm gonna be like, I'm so ready for this. This guy is huge. I've never seen anything the size of this man before.
Well,
This is
You
brilliant.
might have seen a cow or a pig.
I don't think I've ever seen a creature that big before, especially moving the way that you do. Congratulations. You're a brilliant specimen. I don't know how I'm going to fight you without the help of my dear trusted family, anyways. But
He looks
that's how we do it
he
around
looks
here.
at you like this and goes,
Around here, we use whatever we want. We use beer bottles. We use whiskey bottles. We use potatoes. We use tomatoes. We use teapots. We use shillelaghs. We use bagpipes. Whatever. Everything. It's brilliant. I'm ready to scrap. Let's go.
while he's going,
Ring the bell.
he takes off his shirt, and he's like all like strong looking, muscular, with just like kind of like a sumo wrestler pants on. So you're like looking at him, you're like, that's a lot of man in front of you.
Like I said, I've never seen a creature this size before. You're a brilliant specimen.
The bell goes
Don't know.
ding, ding, ding. He comes running at you.
I'm gonna roll out of the way as fast as I can. You're not allowed to touch me.
So you're
Not
rolling
for
around.
the first 3 minutes.
You're rolling around, and for about 1 minute, you're really kind of avoiding him. Okay, so for that first minute, you're just moving, and he's moving, and he's. But here's the question: what happens in that 1 minute moment when you get caught in the dirt? What happens to your footing as you were about to dodge out? Tell me about it.
Billy O'Leary's used to playing around in the dirt. He plants potatoes all the time. He's used to running around in dirt. He doesn't lose his footing when there's dirt around. It's got to be grass or something, and there's no grass in here. You said it was all dirt, so I don't slip at all.
Okay, with your confidence, I want you to roll for your athletics there. You have your sheet in front of you? If you don't have athletics,
I lost you there for a second.
if you don't, you need to roll for your athletics. If you don't have athletics, it's just your strength, okay? So you're going to roll and then add your strength. I think we lost him for a second.
Yeah, it looks like his camera dropped.
Yeah. So, so in a circumstance like this, when there's something going on, we'll often give him a roll just to kind of see what happens, and he can kind of story play through that a bit. Because he's got to make it 3 minutes, I'm making him do 3 different rolls to survive those 3 minutes. So if he fails one of those rolls, he gets caught and he's out. So, well, wait. Oh, there he's
There
back.
he is.
Did you hear what I said there?
I lost you when you started telling me what you wanted me to roll.
Okay, so you're going to roll strength. Every minute, I'm going to make you roll on a different attribute for fighting. And if you get caught in any of these 3 minutes, you've been knocked out. So if you fail a roll, you have to make 3 rolls throughout this narration.
Okay.
So the first one is on
So-
your athleticism. You're just seeing if you can stay moving, and so it's strength. I don't think you have athletic skills, so it's going to be strength plus and it's an easy roll. The first one's an easy roll. And so I'm rolling, and I've rolled my dice. Now you've got to beat what I roll with your 2 dice and your athleticism.
Or my strength.
Well, that is your strength. That's what you have because you don't have athletics. So.
Okay. What did you get?
I rolled an 8.
I rolled a 10.
So you made it out of the corner. Tell me about how this happens. So you look like you're about to stumble, and everybody's like, and he's jumping at you right then. And
Well, like I said, Billy O'Leary's used to playing around in the dirt, so he plants his foot, and just as the guy jumps at him, I plant my foot and I slide right underneath him and do a little backhand spring through the dirt, like I'm planting potato seeds, doing backflips, planting potato seeds.
it looks amazing, and everybody, they're all like gasping for a moment, and so now the guy runs right into the fence, and he's like, "Oh!" And he kind of cracks the fence open with his hand as he goes like this, and he turns at you, and he pounces towards you, and just tell me what you're doing for the next minute.
I'm gonna transit around a little bit more, and I'm gonna keep on my feet and just bounce as much as I can. Keep nice and limbo.
So this time, what he gets he gets really close, and he actually grabs a hold of you by the back, okay? And he's gonna pull you in to give you a smack. Now you got to dodge this, okay? Or you're done, okay? And so it's gonna be on your reflex plus reflex, okay? So you're gonna have 2 reflex, unless you have something. What do you have? Do you have combat skills?
I don't have any combat skills other than my clubbing.
Okay, so you're going to be reflex, okay?
Okay.
And this, and he's going to be on his reflex as well. He has a reflex of 3, just so you know.
Oh boy. Oh, okay.
So,
what'd you get?
I rolled a 9. So here's a chance. Now I'm going to tell you something. You have this thing called edge, and once per scene, which we're in right now, you can spend an edge to re-roll both dice or 1 dice, your choice.
I'm gonna use my edge to re-roll 1 of my dice.
Okay, which were your 2 dice first? What'd you get?
What's that? Sorry.
What numbers were on your dice?
A 6 and a 2.
Okay, so you're going to keep the 6, obviously.
Yup.
And you're going to re-roll the 2. Okay.
Yup.
And you know the target number right now because 9 plus 3 is 12. And your reflex is what?
2.
So you need a 10 or better. So you need a 5 to get this.
Yikes.
So you got caught?
I rolled a 4.
Okay, so he caught a hold of you, and he just lays a big hit on you, and you're stumbling now. You're not out though, because you
wait. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. 9 plus 3 is 12. 6 plus 4 plus 2
10.
is 12.
Yeah, but you have to beat me.
tie.
Yeah, you have to beat me.
Okay.
So he's caught.
So do I get knocked out or do I get one more?
You're still gonna get another chance, but it's gonna be harder next time because he's got you. So now he's fair. Wrestling with you, and so he's now got. I'm adding 3 dice to my guys. Okay. So he's wrestling with you and he's pounding on you and it's looking bad. And for a minute you're just squirming. You're like slipping around in his grease, trying to get out.
Can I headbutt him?
You can. And so is that what you want to try to do?
That's exactly what I want to try to do.
Because a headbutt is kind of like a club, I will allow you to use your club skill if you want.
Cool.
Okay.
His head is as hard as a potato. Let's go.
Head is hard as a potato. Let's go. Toy.
Okay, so you are going to be rolling your 2 dice plus your clubbing skill plus strength. What is that base number first of all? What's the clubbing skill?
1, so it's plus 3.
Okay. So you're going against his reflexes plus 3. You know that. I mean, 3 plus his dice. Ooh, he did not roll well.
Wonderful.
He did not roll well.
What'd you roll?
He rolled a 5 total.
Ooh.
Plus 3. So that's 8.
I rolled a 6. I rolled a 6 total.
Seriously?
No way.
Plus.
I rolled two. I rolled 2 3s.
Oh, so you got
2
plus
3
1.
plus 3 is 9.
Yeah, 9. So you get out of it, but because
9,
he's
okay.
1-1, you're still close. You're out of it with the headbutt. He dazes back. You're gonna have to give him another, fight here or something. You're gonna have to, like do something.
Give him another. Gonna give him a like.
So-
can I give him like a take? Try to take him out at the knee.
Okay, so you've gotten by the 3 minutes. Okay,
Hooray!
you've gotten by the 3 minutes, but he's dazed and he's coming back at you. Okay.
Cool. I'm trying to take him out at the knee with a big clubbing, like a big hand, like
Okay, so here we go.
clubbing fist.
You're like running at him, you're like, ah! And you're gonna go clubbing that with him. I see you use the word club, try to get your club skill. That's what I see that, And so he's mad and he's like,
I did in fact try to use the term clubbing there very deliberately.
Yeah, so let's
Did it work?
Yeah, go ahead. So we're gonna roll it up here.
What'd you get?
Oh, you're lucky I'm rolling pretty bad.
What'd you get?
I got it 9 total on my dice
A 9.
plus 3. So 12.
Interesting.
Now I rolled 4 dice this time, just so you know.
Interesting. Okay, that's why. Okay.
Because I rolled
a
really
7
bad. I
I
rolled
rolled
really
a 7
bad.
on dice, so I have a total of 10.
So you got the 3 minutes, but when you went to club him, he grabbed a hold of you, picked you up, and slammed you down like a sack of potatoes, and like boom, and you're like, ugh. So you made it to your 3 minutes, but in the 4th minute, you got knocked out.
All right.
So you made your money out of it, You made 25. I don't know
Hooray.
what did you bet on? Did you bet it all on the 3 minutes?
Me?
Yeah.
Him.
I bet 20
On the 3 minutes, yeah.
tokens on the 3 minutes.
Yeah, so you made 100. Yeah.
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 I'm like, yeah, potato farmer.
And most
I'm
people
just
did not
screaming.
bet on you, so they're happy because you lost. A few people bet on the 3 minutes. You
Yeah, they
made
got double.
you made 25 out of it, so you're happy, but you're laying there all dazed. You're kind of like the big guy from the bar who's playing cards with you picks you up out of off the ground and drags you over to the corner and says, "Good work, laddie. Good work. You made me a little bit of money that I lost back to this card gambler. I think he was cheating."
Most people cheat when they play cards, don't you know? That's what my grandfather always told me, anyways.
I've never heard of cheating. People actually cheat? I just got to make a quick adjustment here. What we're going to do is we're going to go to a 5-minute break because we have the other player joining. I just want to adjust the screens. So we're going to go a quick 5-minute break here.
I gotta go down here.
So
You gotta stay in the bottom half. You made me a lot of money there, boy.
Hooray.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We just went for a quick break. We will have probably 2 5-minute breaks during each session, just so we can have lots of time here for getting little things ready. Every once in a while, I need to get a refill from Coke Zero, my unofficial, unpaid sponsor, and I did try the Pepsi Zero, and I'm not a fan.
Is it
Zero now?
Pepsi Max?
I see. No, Pepsi Zero.
Yeah, Pepsi
Oh,
Zero.
it is zero.
Yeah.
Oh,
And-
Yeah, there is a Pepsi Zero now, and there's a commercial for it, and the guy, there's an actual can of Coke Zero very clearly on display that somebody gets served, and he's like, actually, I ordered a Pepsi Zero, and it's like, why would you do that? Pepsi is the worst version of Coke, therefore, Pepsi Zero would be the same.
Yeah.
So
no one ever says, "Oh, can I have a Pepsi?"
Can
oh,
I-
Sorry, we only
it's-
have
Okay.
Well,
let me
Oh,
get a
sorry,
quick
some-
recap
Anyway.
before the first few minutes that we were getting ready before Art got here. We are in year 100 of New Accord. It is a planet that is based off of peace, fishing, farming, and so much more. Every 10 years, they get to a big party and they get together. Both communities, the larger fishing community and the smaller farming community, get together at this midway point, 25 kilometers between the two cities. There's a bar there and some trading stalls and stuff like that. And so they're there at this party spot and they're all getting there. And it's the big party. There's going to be like fireworks and everything that goes on. And it's early in the day and it's the boxing and wrestling matches are going on, gambling going on. And so our young character, Billy O'Leary, just got the snot beat out of him by a big sumo wrestler. But he did last 3 minutes. And that was the key for the gambling community. And on the picture, you can see up there, you see the farming community and you see where they are right now. So there we are. So you just finished Billy O'Leary, the fight, and you were, kind of cleaning yourself up. And as this is all going on, as they are sitting there and the fight's going on and people are kind of watching and gambling and different things, there's so much noise going on. Bands are getting ready and they're bringing about you hear over the loudspeaker, "Everybody, it's time to pay homage to the oldest man on the planet." And they look up and you see this guy walking up with a kilt on, and he's old but he looks strong. Like, he doesn't look weak and things. And he walks up to the stage and he goes, "Welcome, citizens of New Accord. I am glad we're here to celebrate another 10 years of peaceful living. We are so glad that the world that we live on is safe for our children." And he says, "But I could tell you some stories." And everybody goes, you hear in the audience, "Oh, he always has stories." And some of them are so unbelievable. He talks about traveling space and different things. And like, we all know that there's nothing more to that. And so you hear that whimpering in the audience, and he goes, It's weird being older than most of you by 40 years. But there was a great time." And he mumbles off, and then the party music comes on, and they're like, "Let's get rid of this guy." And so party music starts going, and they celebrate, and they go, "Give him a round of applause for living so long." And then he kind of stumbles back and goes and gets a drink, and he's sitting by the food stands and eating some corn. And we are going to turn it over to Osaka.
Hello. So, what exact? So, am I just wherever I want to be right now?
You are wherever you want to be around this party.
Okay, I'm on the nearest rooftop by myself, watching everything.
Okay, tell me about what you see. Tell me what you know.
I'm up there with my bow and my sword, and I just stick in the shadows and observe the crowd as they pass by and take in any potential risk the crowd might have, and I play more or less a security Overwatch role, staying out of it because I don't like people. Thus, I avoid the party. I'm only here because it is tradition. Otherwise, I would be in my camp alone.
So what are you seeing? What are you smelling? What are you tasting?
Oh, I'm not really. I'm tasting my sake because Osaka drinks Osaka brand sake, and the smell. I'm over by the food cart area, so I smell the baked goods and the roasting meat over the open fire, and a bit of the screaming and the sugars and the meat just fill my nose. And I watch the pit fight off in the distance from where I am and observing.
So tell me what you thought of that. What did you think about the fighting?
I thought they were undisciplined.
Now, you would have known the champ because he was from your community. You might not know him well, but you would at least know him to see him.
Did he lose? Did he win?
No, he
Nah,
won.
he won.
He beat Brady up badly.
I really didn't. I wasn't aware. Yeah, well, the challenger did the best he could, but no one could beat him with undisciplined training.
So the air is kind of getting misty, and there's a subtle fog moving in over the river, and it's kind of a weird ominous thing, and the cold breeze comes in, and all of a sudden you hear this big huge boom, and it rings through the sky, and you hear one of the young lads shout out, they started the fireworks early.
Now, would I know if that was the sound of fireworks or something else?
You wouldn't know what the sound is, no.
Okay. But it doesn't sound like fireworks, though.
Well, it just sounds like fireworks. Sounds like a big boom.
Oh, okay. So, can I roll to maybe see if it is fireworks or if maybe
No,
something else?
there's not a roll heavy game. You roll only when I tell you to roll.
Okay.
So
Well, just what, like, okay.
you could hypotenuse a story, whatever you want. So Brady, you're up. This big boom
Upon
across-
hearing that, I'm going to look up into the sky to see if I see any fireworks.
Okay, and what do you see?
I don't see any fireworks.
Okay, so what are you to say? And the kids are yelling, the fireworks, the fireworks! And Brady, remember, you haven't been at one of these parties yet, so you don't really know what fireworks are.
Fair enough.
So you kind of
What's
like
happening?
Yeah, you're like keep seeing it, you're looking up and you're gazing, and because they only do fireworks at these parties, but you're only 16 years old. They happen every 10 years.
Yeah, so I've never seen them, but I've heard stories of them.
Yeah, so you're looking for.
And I don't see any lights in the sky after the bang happened.
Yeah, and what you do see though, is a kind of a shimmering. You kind of see a shimmering of the clouds, and everything like shimmering. And so at this point, I'm going to ask what Wolfgang sees or feels. You hear the bang too.
Yeah, I hear the bang as well.
Now, how old
So
are you,
I'm just
Wolfgang?
kinda I'm 22.
So you were like
I was
12
2 at like the first one.
Yeah, and then 12
Yeah,
at the
I
second.
was 12.
Yeah.
I would remember fairly well what the fireworks
Yeah.
would be like.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, this is not. What time is it too? Like, is it?
It's like mid-afternoon. It's like 2:00.
Yeah, but like they don't do the fireworks in the middle of the day. Can't even see them. So I'm just kind of like, I kind of hear like the sound behind me as I'm. But I mean, most importantly, I'm getting my money from the bookkeeper first. I'm just like, the sound can wait for a second. I need my money now.
Okay, now.
So like I hastily grab that and I like kind of turn around. I could hear it coming from like the south, I guess you could say.
Okay.
It's kind of outside of, as I said, across the river, a fair ways from the campgrounds. So I'm just gonna kind of like, guess, it's pretty typical in these festivals, right? That they have like all these, large statues made, and every kind of group of people in town or whatever kind of makes their own statues, and there happens to be, you know, the factory. The factory is kind of put together like all this like scrap metal to make like a statue of like a man with a hammer and stuff. It's kind of like a forge.
I love the Accord Day statues. Nice new tradition.
And so I'm gonna climb up this. I'm gonna like kind of make my way up this statue because I mean they're meant to be climbed on.
Okay.
Of course.
Yep. That's what statues are made for.
So, and it's pretty easy to climb up because it's all got like,
Unless they're war memorial
pieces of metal.
statues, and then you don't climb on them.
I'm not worried about
There's
that.
no
It's
war. There's no war here. Remember, this is the world of peace. You know,
what was that good for?
No, I know.
the very word Accord means peace.
No, that was a disclaimer for outside world.
Yeah.
Like,
Just don't climb on.
I'm gonna give myself a vantage point to look out of the campground and the festival.
Okay, so you're
Towards
looking at.
that
Do you see
bank.
anything unique?
Well, you described it as like a mist kind of was rolling in. Like, would you say like the mist was coming in quickly?
Yeah, quicker than most fog would come in.
Yeah, in my mind, I'm like, I only see like this kind of a quick movement when there's like, you know, one of the big the presses or something are, you know, forming metal for some of the new tractors and stuff when they're getting formed after they've been heated up and stuff. And I'm just like, this is not right. And I would have.
So before you go a little further, there is a thing called in this game called plot points, and you can spend a plot point to kind of have a recall of something that might give you a hint, or you could spend plot point for other things. Just letting people know who are watching that there is a thing called plot points that can be spent.
Yeah, and I would assume. I mean, I can't say what I'm seeing specifically, but I will use a plot point to recognize that this is only kind of like used from like, you know, either big explosions or like big pieces of machinery putting a lot of force into something.
Okay,
like something hitting the ground.
With that spend plot point spent, you've heard the sound like kind of similar to this once before when there was an accident in a mines with explosions going off, and you were kind of like, oh, okay, that kind of reminds me, and the power of something like that is like huge, you know. So you're kind of recollecting, you know, a man-made explosion, but bigger than dynamite of some sort. I mean, bigger than what do you call it? Fireworks. Could not get the word out. Fireworks. Okay, so on to Andrew.
Hello. Yes. So these are definite. Questions about rules of this game right now. They've stated they're not fireworks, so that makes them not fireworks in this world now. Just out of curiosity,
not really. Mm-hmm. It means they don't think they're fireworks.
Oh, okay. Is there any way to determine? Well, I'm gonna go take a look in that area where I heard the bang because I've been watching from above, and I have a pretty good vantage point being on one of the high roofs, so I could see pretty far. And I want to see out into the mist. Is there anything moving in the mist?
No, you don't hear it. You don't see anything really at all. You look really hard, and you're trying to figure out what you see, but there's nothing to be seen. It literally sounded like it came from the sky, like a firework would.
It came from the sky.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any residual? Is there any streaks of light in the sky then?
Not yet. There's nothing that you've seen yet, but you this weird mist is coming and this pressure change and everything.
Can I use my binoculars to see better?
Yeah, you can. You can look up and see.
I have binoculars.
Yeah, you can look up and see which direction you're going to look.
I would like to look in the direction I heard the bang originate from. Okay. It would have been directional.
Not really. It's not a kind of a directional bang because it's kind of feeling the sky.
All right. Well, in that case, north.
Okay. So can you roll a perception roll and 2 dice.
So it's 2d6, right?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's awful.
Okay.
So what's an automatic failure in this game?
Snake
Double
eyes.
1.
You fail?
Your first roll.
Good to get it out of the way right now. Good to get it out of the way. You
Well,
might.
I want to point out when I rolled directionally, I rolled on my dice. I rolled a 12, and then when to look in the north direction, I rolled a 2.
So you see nothing. There's so much cloud cover coming in, and it's like hot vapor mist. There's nothing you can really see. And then you see
Reroll mechanic.
no. Then you see this little boy yell, "Hey, look! I see fireworks!" And he's 4 years old. And he's pointing up in the air, and everybody looks in that direction, and they see this glare of fire. And so there you get this glare of fire, and it seems to be growing closer to you, and yet everybody's like, all the young kids are going, "Look, the fireworks!" And the sonic sound of the air is just like, "Ooh," and everybody feels it pressed down on them. It's a feeling that nobody's never felt before.
Oh, even in my age,
Nobody's felt it before, but it's not fireworks.
do I get a good view of it? Because I'm using my binoculars.
Well, you were looking the wrong direction.
Well,
But then when the kid
assume the guys
points,
are throwing that, I go, huh?
when the kid points, you look the other way and you see this fiery thing with clouds and smoke coming, and right now it just looks like a ball of fire.
So I can't make any. Now with they are rangefinders. How far away is it?
You can't tell that with your rangefinders. Your rangefinders do
it's
not
too
give
far.
that distance. Yes,
Did I get paid out my winnings?
if you went to the teller to get it.
I figured that because I was unconscious after the fight happened, that they would have approached me.
No, you'll have to
afterwards
go
and been
approach them, and you better do it before
That's the
everybody's in
festival.
panic.
like, I'm doing that now. Then I'm doing that now. Then
So
Yeah.
we're heading back.
I'm-
We're heading back to Billy because he's heading towards the pay stub because he's like, I better get my money. And tell me what's going on,
Mhm.
Billy.
I see this thing falling from the sky, and I feel this feeling, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna go get my winnings and try to get someone away from this because I don't know.
Go to the
Well, it
potato
seems
farm
kinda
where you
weird.
know normal.
But first and foremost, I'm gonna go get my winnings.
Okay, as you go to get your winnings, you realize your back's a little wet.
Wet?
Yeah,
I touched my back.
it's all wet and sticky.
I bring my hand back over. Is it blood?
No. It's
Okay.
it's 2
Not worried.
mangoes that are crushed in your back. You forgot to take
Oh,
out your
yeah.
pocket.
The mangoes I put in my bag
Whoops,
that
good
I
thing it
wore
wasn't
while I
potato.
was in my fight.
You'd have a broken back if it was a sack of potatoes.
Okay, keep going.
True.
Keep going. You meet up with the guy at the teller.
Yep. I give him a ticket and I collect my winnings.
Okay, so he stops and says, "Have you ever seen anything like this before? I've never seen anything like this before. And what do you want? What do you want?" And he's like, "Oh, your money here." And he gives you the money. And like, yeah,
Yep.
like, and he goes, "Hey, I bet you 10 to 1. It's I don't know." He's trying to make it better or something, but he had no clue what to
I'm not
make.
taking the odds on that. Nope, not doing it.
One is I don't know.
Yeah, and I'm running.
Okay, go ahead. You're running to where? Which direction?
Into some sort of cave.
There's no caves around here.
Okay, cool.
You can see in the picture, you're kind of in the river biome. The mountains are back towards your village, but you're in that river biome right now.
Okay. I'm going to run into the river.
You're going to run towards the river. Okay. So that's
Uh-huh.
about 2 clicks away, just so you know, from the fairgrounds. So you're heading
Okay.
towards the river. Okay. Go ahead. You're up, Wolfgang.
Yeah. So I'm like, all right, I'm hastily climbing back down this thing because I'm like, big fireball in the sky. I ain't gonna do. I ain't doing nothing with that. So I'm like, I guess I would kind of like run away, like as I'm climbing down, just quickly scattering down, and then once I reach the bottom, I just kind of take one more look up, and I'm just like, what's the biggest crowd of people going in each direction? Would you say? Like, I have a lot of people would be still focused.
Most people are still staring. Yeah, most of the people are just staring. A few people have run into the bar. Other people are running back to their villages. Like they're just kind of I don't know what to do. The old guy goes. You see the old guy just looking at it, and he just looks, tired. And he looks up and he's like,
"Yeah, I'm." Yo, okay, so, yeah. So with my skill of reading faces, like, was that the look that he gave that you just did there?
yeah,
Kind of like that sort of soft shake.
yeah.
I want to use. I would figure I'd use my my knowledge gambling to read
Try to
his
read
poker face.
Read his face.
Yeah.
Okay. So go ahead.
Oof. It's a roll of 3 plus 3. That's 6.
Well,
Almost.
you did tie. You needed not enough to win, but you tied. And that was just a pure roll because he didn't. There's nothing there to hide.
Wow. Yeah.
But you noticed enough to notice that, like, it's pretty obvious you're not happy with what he's seeing. But you don't know anything else other than that.
Okay.
Did I give that guy a name?
You didn't say a name. I don't
We
think
didn't
so.
ask for one.
Okay.
We didn't ask for one. He just sort of got introduced as the oldest guy
Yeah.
on the planet.
Yeah.
Who I kind of thought was going to be me.
No.
I'm an older
Just
individual.
so you know, his last name is O'Brien. Okay.
Okay, I know the family.
You should. Seems how he's your grandfather.
Yeah.
On
My
your
grandfather's an O'Brien?
mother's
Ah.
side.
On your mother's side.
Brilliant.
Maybe the
My
old
mother
man
was an
on-
O'Brien. I thought I thought my mother was a crook.
No, that was her mother's mother.
Okay. Brilliant.
All right,
Brilliant.
before we gotta move on for me, I'm gonna say I'm just gonna like kind of yell out into the crowd because I imagine it's like pretty quiet right now.
Yeah,
right?
like everybody's kind of in shock.
Yeah, and I'm just like, those aren't fireworks! Everybody run towards the bar! And I run the other way.
And so, so the fireworks guy is standing there with the fireworks thing. He's setting them up. He goes, "I didn't let any fireworks off." So go on to Andrew, Osaka,
Osaka.
who's sitting on
All
top
right.
of the bar because it's the only building.
Is it?
Yes,
It is, in fact, the tallest building.
yes, it's the only building.
The two-story bar, I'll have you know. A very tall bar. The upstairs is just apartments, though.
The interesting thing about this bar is it's very wooden, rustic, but inside it's all like techie stuff. Like it's
Oh, yeah,
metal. It's metal and kind of techie, electrical.
All right, so from where I am, I would see this and immediately know that ain't a firework. I'm gonna go on a limb and hope for the best and say that's a meteor and not a drop ship.
You don't know. You don't know what a dropship is.
Well, some landing vessel that arrived on this
You
planet.
don't know what a
because
landing vessel is.
I'm a 40-year-old man doesn't know.
You're
the
not
fact
40
that
years
we're on
old.
a
You're
planet.
30 years old.
Oh, 30. Yeah, sorry.
Yes.
A 30-year-old man who doesn't know the fact that we're on a planet and we had to get here somehow.
Nope. This is your only.
You were born
You
here.
were born
This
here.
is all you know.
Raised here. Nobody has any. No world X knowledge.
I don't have knowledge. Okay. Well, then I guess it's just a meteor then. And I'm going to try to gonna go yell at people to start scattering out of the way and get out of the town, and kind of like what he did, but not say go to the bar. Tell them to go into the woods.
Okay, so you know there's
Towards
something
the river.
wrong. You don't know if it's a meteor because you've never seen a meteor or anything like that. So you know it's not good though. You're saying, get out of here, clear.
Try to get people
Okay,
to clear
so
the way.
do that. Say it. Whatever, you're in character.
Okay, well, I run to the edge of the bar where I was standing. I lean over to the crowd and go, run! Because I don't like talking to people, so I just start screaming, run.
Meanwhile, everybody is listening to the other guy running towards the bar, and
So he's running away from the bar.
he's running away, but everybody's running towards the bar because he told them to. And you're standing there, get away, go away.
Yeah, I'm gonna run away.
Okay.
And I'm going to actually fire an arrow at the entrance of the bar. And to stop them from running and tell them to go run to the woods. Run to the woods.
Okay.
Get out of here.
Okay. So you're firing an arrow. You're going to need to roll a reflex to make sure you don't hit anybody.
My projectile weapon skill?
Yeah. Reflex
Perfect.
and projectile weapon. You're going to roll a dice. And
That's pretty good.
and it's a pretty big crowd. So, it's not exactly easy to miss people. So you have to.
I'm not firing into the crowd. I'm firing at the door.
I know, but there's people are rushing in and out of there. So you have to beat a 12 because that's what I rolled.
Well, I beat a 12.
Okay, so what did you roll?
15.
So you rolled a 12 plus 3 or?
I rolled an 11 plus 4.
Okay, you have plus 4. Okay, so that's good. So you shoot an arrow, it just misses somebody's foot, but it gets them to look up at you, and they're like, "Why are you shooting at me?"
Well, I explained that. I said, run. Get away out of the town. Run.
Okay,
It's not
so
safe. Run.
as you were saying this, all of a sudden, at this point, fire and smoke is drawing closer. And now you can realize that this is not a rock. This is not something that looks natural. This looks man-made. You've never seen anything like this, but it looks man-made to you. And it starts to settle down just outside of the community towards the river. And it's coming down right about probably 1 kilometer in front of Billy O'Leary as he's running. And it settles down and it just lands. Boom. A big smoke comes out. A big shake happens. The ground shakes. It's almost like a mini earthquake. You've felt earthquakes before. And so it's almost like a mini earthquake. And it's like boom, the ground shakes. And it's like something that was like 500 tons hit the ground, and it just like shakes and dust comes and smoke comes and clouds billow out and it's coming and it's kind of working your way towards where you are now, like it's kind of ricocheting and rolling across. And so Billy gets hit with it first, okay, because he was the closest because he ran that way. Okay, so what's happening, Billy, as you get hit by this dust?
Well, as all of that happened, I actually did my reaction. Like I started shaking,
Okay.
my laptop fell. Like I just like drop. I'm just laying down now. I'm terrified of whatever the heck this is. I am just laying here, waiting and waiting and waiting and breathing and scared and breathing and scared. And to tell you, I have no idea what's going on, laddie.
Okay, heading on to Wolfgang because that's who's after you.
Wolfgang. So yeah, as the cloud kind of rolls towards me, as everybody's more or less, I guess we haven't decided in the direction where the bar is, but we'll just say that it's kind of like
direction.
so it would be the farthest away from the river. Okay, cool. So I'm going, I guess I'm kind of like the next person that's kind of like at the edge of the fairgrounds now, and I could just see this one guy like way out in the middle of this field just get absolutely blown over. I'm just like, oh no, I gotta duck, and I just kind of get behind the quickest little like alleyway and just sort of tuck away, and as the dust and the smoke and everything just pours over me, and even still it's getting in my eyes and stuff like that.
And so now it's hitting the fairgrounds and it's about to hit where you are, Asaka, and people are there diving into the ground, hiding, and you're on top of the building still at this point, or did you get down?
I'm on the building. I didn't have a chance to get down.
Okay. So tell us what's happening with you.
Well, I because I'm at the edge of the building, like towards it. I'm going to grab the edge so it rolls over me. It's not going to be able to knock me back as easily, so I can kind of hold my ground.
Yeah.
And as soon as the cloud dissipates past me, I want to pull my binoculars out and try to take a look at whatever just hit the ground.
Okay, so you literally do this, but as you're doing this and the wind's kind of blowing over you, almost knocking you over, you haven't experienced something like this yet, and you look down and the old man is standing up, and he flips his like these glasses down, like protective goggles, and he's like, shakes his head, and he sits down as it hits him. Because you were close enough to him that you saw him do that.
Cool. Awesome.
Okay.
Love it.
And he just,
Cool, man.
yeah, he's just like, no. And then that is the end of the first scene. You guys survived the scene, and the first scene was to go and see what happened with all the fuss at the new Acord. So there's 3 scenes usually we'll play out. We're about to play the second scene in a minute, but this is where I will usually take a break, and each of you gain 1 experience for surviving the first scene.
Hooray!
So
now or and like in between sessions?
You can spend it right now if you want. It's 1 experience. So that's how. What?
So any chance can you link that PDF into our Discord chat so we can take a look at like the things?
I can't. I tried to do that. It will not let me because I paid for it. It will not let me link it somewhere.
Gotcha.
Okay. But I can bring it up at some point. And so the way experience spends, we'll talk about that because I did want to talk to you about that. And we'll do it so people can hear it for a second here. Actually, I'm going to put it on the 5-minute break, and then we will come back and spend experience for them so I can find it. Okay, so I'm just going to mute the channel and send it to the break.
Too many toppings. The pizza doesn't cook all the way through.
Correct. It doesn't
Okay,
matter
welcome
how
back.
long you cook it for.
I need to get my headset on so I can hear you guys.
Hello, welcome back.
Welcome back. So we just talked about skill points. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about that before we get on to the next scene, which you can see there, scene 2. Who are these people and what do they want? So,
Well,
Oh, so the people. We have a hint.
you do. And they want something.
it almost says what do they
They
want?
want something. Yeah.
And what do they? Oh, typing problem there. Thank you.
Got you. I got you.
Here we go. Okay. So in this example, so if you want to take an attribute, say you want to take one from 1 to 2, okay, that's going to be the most common thing early on that you would do to take an attribute from rank 1 to 2. Okay, it's the number. So 1 to 2 is the number times 1.5, then round up. So times 1.5 to 2, that's 3. So it costs you 3 to move 1 to 2. Okay, but if you're taking from say 3 to 4, which is a little different, those numbers are higher, it's actually times 3. So it's going to cost you 3 experience points to take an attribute up 1 level at this point. Okay. Well, 2 to 3 would be 3 times 1.5, which is 4.5, which would be 5 experience points. Now, to improve a skill, you increase the skill by 1 point. You spend XP equal to the skill new rating. So again, 2. It's the same thing. If it's 2, it's 2 times 1.5, which would be 3. But if you're going from skill, 3, you're going to skill 3. It's going to be 3 times 1.5, which is 4.5, i.e. 5, because you round up. To add a new skill, it costs you 2 XP. Okay? So if you don't have a skill and you want to add it, it costs you 2 XP. Okay? If you want to buy a positive trait, okay, you can gain a new positive trait for 6 XP. If you want to remove a negative trait, you can spend 6 XP. Okay, and of course, it has to do with the story you've played in that time, too. Both of them have to kind of combine with that story that you've been playing. And then buying weapons and stuff, we'll get to that later because we're not into that stage yet. But those are kind of the things that you can spend skill points on, which you all have 1 right now. Now, during the time and session that you're doing this, the best role playing for each session, from this point on, I will give an extra XP to. So the person that I kind of do, you can also earn edge for role playing. Now you're all refreshed on your edge. Only one of you, I think, used the edge, but you are all refreshed on your edge. So you're back up to 1 edge because it's a new scene.
Now, quick refresher. Edge is reroll or edge is plot point?
Edge is reroll. So you get to reroll a choice of dice. So you all have 1
I
edge
use
again.
my reroll.
What?
I used a reroll to reroll a 2.
Yeah. Now.
Oh, you can't use a reroll to reroll a 2.
Yeah.
What?
Oh. Okay.
Yes, you can.
No, you can use a reroll to reroll 1 or 2 dice. I used it to reroll 1 of my dice.
Oh.
And you can reroll however many dice you want, but you only have 1 to do per scene.
Yes. The question I had though, because I know you were saying edge is more expensive to level up at the beginning.
Yeah.
Is the same apply during this?
Yes, it's the
Level
same
up?
thing. It's basically 1 higher. So if you're going from 2, it's going to be 3. Okay, so it's always
and then so it's still times 1.5 though.
what? What was that?
Is it still times 1.5 though?
It's yes, but it's just
So
always 1 ahead.
okay. Just one check.
Okay,
So yeah,
and
it'll take quite a few points to get to the next level.
yeah, but you gain guaranteed 1 right now for every scene, so you're guaranteed 3 experience each night, but you can spend them in between scenes. If you role play well, I can throw you another sting, or if you're doing something extremely hard, it might be worth more. Like I might say this scene's worth 3 points when you finish this scene, but that first scene wasn't worth much because it was just to get to know your scene.
Yeah, fair enough.
So now, also, somebody did use a plot point. So they only have 2 plot points going into this next scene, just so you know.
Okay, good to know.
Now, plot points are communal, right?
What? No.
No, they're individual?
Yeah, individual. When you spend a plot point, it gives me a plot point, but when I spend one, it gives everybody a plot point.
Okay. So we each have a plot point?
You each have 3.
I'm okay with the fact that you keep calling them pot points.
Who's saying plot points?
You did a couple of times. You missed the L a couple of times. So I was chuckling.
Plot points. Okay. Did that make sense to everybody?
For now.
Crystal.
Good. Okay. So the smoke starts to clear. It's been about 10 minutes and there's nothing happening. You know, and everybody's kind of calmed because it's like the smoke's gone and nothing's happening. And it's been about 10 minutes. And the old guy walks slowly towards the edge of the fairgrounds and he just says, "I was afraid this day would come." And he continues to walk towards where the mass is. And so some of you, you know, everybody's kind of stayed down for the first 10 minutes, kind of like unsure what's happening, except for the old guy. And he's just kind of walking over people and he's like, you know, kind of just looking and walking and directly towards the sphere that's about a click away. So you're up, Billy.
I'm still, Billy's still been laying on the ground the whole time because,
yeah,
there's this big old thing just not too far away from him, and I'm not entirely sure what it is, but it doesn't look like anybody's been coming out of it yet. So I think I'm gonna wiggle my way on the ground a little bit closer, little army crawl, inch by inch, closer and closer.
So it's about 600,
until I can get the nice look at
meters
it.
from you, just so you know.
Okay.
So you're slowly working your way up, you know, getting rug burn.
Can I roll
Yep. Go ahead.
Can I roll a perception to see what my little potato farmer I see?
Okay. Well, yeah, you can. Sure. What are you trying to perceive?
I'm looking at the giant thing. I want to see if there's any openings on it or any doors on it or anything coming out of it, sort of deal.
Okay. So roll away. I am rolling, of course, your opposition dice here. I did roll really bad, so you have a good chance.
I didn't roll great either.
So what did you roll?
I rolled a total of 8.
That's with your perception in on it?
Yep.
So you don't see anything other than a big potato. To you, it looks like a big potato sitting there.
A big shiny potato sitting in the
That's
water.
exactly what it looks like, a big shiny potato with smoke coming out of it.
Oh, I'm going to approach the big smoking potato.
So that's what you kind of see. Like that's what
It looks like
your knowledge of what this looks like. It's like a big metal potato.
a big smoking metal potato.
Okay.
I'm going to go check out this smoking potato.
Okay. Now, it's on to Wolfgang, who's next.
Yeah, I'm looking at this big sphere. I mean, I'm quite far away from it, though,
so
right?
it still looks like it just looks like a bump in the ground from your perspective, really.
Yeah, because you're quite a ways away. And then would I be able to see this old man that's behind me too?
He's actually walked past you, and you might have even heard him grumbling.
Yeah, well, okay. Yeah, in that case, I'm like kind of stumbling over myself, and I'm just like, "What? Do you know what that is? What is that, old man?"
It's the day I've been fearing the whole time of my life.
And I'm just like,
that's what he says, and keeps walking.
What are you talking about? I'm trying to I'm easily keeping up with him, like
because he's not
trying to like.
But for his age, he's actually uniquely strong,
sprightly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna keep like pestering him.
And then he
like,
goes,
"What,
if you would have
do
just
know what
listened to
that
my
fear is?"
if you would have listened to my warnings all these years ago, instead of thinking I was a rambling idiot, maybe we wouldn't be in this situation.
I've never even talked to you before. I just see you at the festival here and there when they.
No, but I'm just saying,
know,
like he's saying
suck
that
you up the
he's
stage.
saying that
Oh,
kind
he's
of like
saying that just to himself.
yeah,
He's ignoring me.
yeah, he's kind
I'm
of
just
like, I've been warning for this for years, but no, we're Acord. We're a land of peace.
and I just like kind of like
If it wasn't
run
for
in
my
front of him.
if it wasn't for my drunken son-in-law, maybe we'd be ready for this. He's kind
And I just like run in front of him, and I'm just like, I put my hands on both of his shoulders. I'm just like, what is that thing?
Wait, sorry.
You
Can you
have
go
to
back to
tell
that
me.
comment you made about your drunk son-in-law? What did you say about your drunk son-in-law?
I said, if it wasn't for my drunken son-in-law, we would have been prepared.
That's rude.
So,
That's a very nice thing to say about
and then
Haley O'Leary's pop.
and then he said, you stopped him, and he looks you right in the eyes. He goes, "That's death from above."
And I just like let go. I'm just like death from above.
Yeah, and then
What? And then I turn around and look back at it.
and it goes to Osaka.
Perfect. Now, do turns happen kind of sequentially, or they happen simultaneously?
Everybody is doing the same timeline at the same time. So
So it happens simultaneously.
yes, simultaneously. Now, if you're in the same area as them and you want to deal with the same conversation, you just have to say talk. In other words, you want to be in on this conversation. If you're in that area. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So
What I wanted to do, and I don't know if I could have done this then. So I wanted to catch up to this guy, and so I would have. So
you wouldn't have caught up to him yet. So if you're going to do that, you'd get off the building. You'd be trying to catch up to him.
Okay, but if he was closer, I can just interrupt and say I want to be part of this.
Yes, if you were closer at that point.
Okay. Well,
Which, if you're trying to catch up with him, next time we go through Wolfgang, you would be with Wolfgang.
okay, good to know. So I guess I'll start my story now then.
Yep.
Now that that's out of the way, because that's important to know for later on.
Mm-hmm.
So first thing I do, I head over to the side where the ladder that I climbed up is. I want to slide down the ladder. I make my way to the front of the tavern, or the bar, I guess, and I grab my arrow that's there. I put it back, and I kind of just.
You don't want to waste arrows, of course, right?
Exactly. No, I need them. I might need them. I've been listening to this crazy old man stories for years about things, and now apparently some of them might be coming true. He might not be as crazy as I thought growing up as a child.
Yep. You would have heard from the other old man that died within the last 10 years too, because your village old man was older.
Oh, was he?
Yes.
And wiser, because my village is the wisest.
Racist.
I'm not no mere potato farmer. We have knowledge.
That's why the villages don't get along that well, either.
No, we don't. We're very semi-racist towards each other.
Well, it is kind of true
Villages?
because your village, the fishing village down there, is mainly Chinese and Japanese, and they're mainly European. So there is some differences in the people and the way they, would interact.
The culture.
Yeah.
We have a very culture based off honor, and they're savages. But anyways, and I kind of grunt. I stay here, and I just walk over everyone who's there and don't make eye contact with anyone. And I want to basically not sprint, but a brisk-ish pace to catch up to the old man. And I guess because I can't interact until his turn, that's going to mostly be the end of my go.
Okay. So, in between, I am going to describe some things that are happening here. So as you guys are doing your talking and conversation, what's happening in the sphere is a big gasp of steam opens up, and you see this, and another big burst that kind of sends ricochets of steam across the field happens, and a gate starts to open slowly. Okay, and so it's huge though. It's bigger than any house you've seen. This gate, and so like as it drops, and the only one that can really see it up close because he's the one paying attention would be Billy as he's crawling closer. But he's basically seeing this thing that's the size of the gate would be size of 2 barns basically. And it's kind of opening and dropping, and you see the one opening, and then you see another one opening, just slowly, So
About how many potato farms do you think these things take up? That's a lot of potato farms. Holy Toledo. We could get a lot of potatoes for this. Holy butts. What's going on over there? Are there people walking down on that thing?
No, there's no people.
What do you mean?
There's no people walking down.
Oh, toy. Billy's gonna stand up on his feet there, and he's just gonna make his way on forward. Look, and he's gonna just keep on strolling. He's gonna do a little skip. He's pretty excited about what's going on. He's like, "This is the coolest day of his life." He won some money in a fight. Sure, he got beat up a little bit, but I mean, hey, look at the size of that guy. It was the biggest specimen he's ever laid his eyes on. It's brilliant. So I'm just gonna make my way, climb up this little ramp here, and see what's going on with this giant metal potato thing.
So as you start working your way, you see that the people are now getting some nerve, and they're all kind of standing up and walking towards this thing. They're behind the 4 of you, being the old man and you 4, but they're starting to walk towards the sphere because they're kind of like getting their nerve up and brave, and so they're doing that, but they're a pace behind. Okay, Wolfgang, and at this point, just as you get to the middle of your thing, I would say about 10 seconds into your speech, Andrew will catch you up, so he doesn't hear the first part. So
okay. Just cue me when I'm there.
Yeah. Go ahead, Wolfgang.
Was there something we could do? I've got my dueling pistol. We could take care of it, old man.
Your dueling pistol won't do a thing in this situation.
What is it then?
As I said, it's death from above. Now, Andrew, you're coming in just as you hear death from above. Yes,
Elder.
What I hear, he's finishing a sentence. It's death from above. When I was young, we ran from this situation, and we put our head in the sand. My father warned us never to do that, but the other elders decided that the best thing to do was pretend like we had nothing but our world as is. But I and my family tried to keep things going until I had that drunken son-in-law who banned us from doing anything of such because he was, don't be so doomsday. Well, I'll tell you.
Are you talking about Mr. O'Leary, the mayor of the town?
Yes, Mr. O'Leary, the mayor of the town. All he cares about is having the best crop.
So, as I approach,
There are potatoes in the land.
I
The
walk
whole
up,
wide land.
You're
I
not
walk
here.
up and I stand next to him.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of look off at this thing. And as I do, I tense up and grip my bow a little tighter. So, your stories are true. It has begun.
Not my stories. I never talked about this. But the truth of my stories is there. Something is about to change Acord drastically. And that something will be coming out of that sphere in the next 3 minutes.
Friend or foe?
Who knows? But
Well, he called it death from above, so I say it's not very friendly.
But it will definitely change our
I
culture.
want you to know I'm gonna have bang every time you guys say that phrase.
It's going to change our culture completely. And he walks and he keeps walking. And as you guys walk, you see little Billy O'Leary finally stand up, and you're kind of catching up to Billy O'Leary, and the three of you are walking, and the crowds are about 100 meters behind you.
If I take my binoculars out, can I see like any markings, any?
None of that would mean anything to you, but you could take a look and see what you see.
Sure, I'm gonna do that.
Okay. You don't need to roll. Just tell me what you see.
I see a symbol painted on the side of a sword with a. Trying not to describe one of the actual house sigils because you said houses don't exist yet.
Well, not to
There's
you
a
guys.
sword.
You don't know that anything. Yep. So you see a sword symbol. You see a big
Yeah,
symbol.
with like wings coming off the back of it and like a viper ensnaring the sword.
Okay, so what you see is like an old painting of symbols that's kind of worn down and broken down. It's not been upkept at all, and so it's kind of like just a mess of things. And you notice that as you do this, that there's like another symbol and another symbol. A bunch of symbols have been painted over, scratched, and nothing significant. There's one symbol with a fist, but it's all scratched out and painted over with another symbol, and it looks like this sphere has had like hundreds of paint jobs.
Okay.
And you notice that it doesn't look like this is in like the best shape you've ever seen anything in. Like if you compare it to your tech, the tech you guys make, it's not even in good shape at all.
Well, probably in good shape compared to my tech.
No, I'm talking about the tech on your planet, because your tech on your planet's all new.
Yes, all of it.
If you look at it, you're like, oh, what's going on?
Well, see, Andrew knows what's happening, but Sokka doesn't.
And that's fine.
Or Andrew has a good idea what's happening.
Andrew doesn't exist in this world.
Yes.
Exactly.
Who's
Well,
Andrew?
He might. He might.
Andrew is Billy O'Leary's younger brother.
Yeah. I could be the pilot of an Atlas. I don't know.
Yeah.
Andrew O'Leary.
Oh, he's
Andrew O'Reilly.
he's doing like the old man, just kind of like stumbling along and like rambling and stuff.
Yep.
Now that I'm like a lot closer to this thing and I can see that it's like really worn down and I see the gates open, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just like, okay, whatever. You keep rambling. You're not gonna help. I'm just gonna go check it out. Like, book it over towards the gate.
Okay, so you're all moving towards it. It's going to come back to yes.
I just keep pace with the old man. I don't go ahead. I keep with him.
So you're basically caught up with Billy O'Leary, and at this point, the first thing starts to emerge from this gate, and as it opens, you see this humanoid thing, and it's like massive though. It's like 30 feet tall, and it's like a big human that is clearly metal.
Ooh, laddie, I think that man I fought earlier might be a little bit smarter than this thing is.
Yeah, I don't think I'm winning any money off of you if you fight that thing.
Oh, boyo. Oh, boyo. That would be one heck of a potato. I'd have to have one giant potato to take you down. A potato the size of the ship would take you down, I think, but that's about it.
You're gonna need a lot more than a potato to take this thing down. We don't even know
Oh,
why they're here.
There's a lot of things I can do with the potato. You'd be surprised. You'd be
question.
shocked, laddie. I've got so many different ways to use a potato. Over 1,000 ways to use a potato, actually.
Do you have a question, Andrew?
I do. I have a world
Mark?
question.
Yeah.
So we're on a semi-primitive, semi-advanced society on this planet.
You are on a primitive planet called New Accord that was
Yeah.
founded 100 years ago.
But you said we have factories.
Yeah, I work at that
Would
factory.
we have any
Wolfgang
form...
Memezaka's family runs the factory.
Nemechek.
Great. So maybe he can answer this question then. He can.
Mm-hmm.
He can answer this question.
Yeah.
Or do we have any mechanized machinery, robots, things like that exist on this planet, or is that strictly out of the business?
The closest thing we got to this is the old tractor I painted up with flames on the side. Like, there's nothing like this at all.
Okay, so our level
He's saying
of,
this in
like,
character too. You know that.
yes, well, I'm not with them, so I can't speak in character to him. So I'm further
You
back
are
with
kind
them.
of. You're like you're
Oh,
right
you're probably
there.
close enough.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, he said he sprinted ahead to catch up, and I stayed with the old man, so I thought we separated.
No, you're.
But if
pretty
we're
much...
together, then I'll talk. But this is still, so there's no robots or anything like that. We don't have any like power lifting gear, nothing.
You got like
So I know all this exists in this universe, but I don't know what's available on planet.
on
So
planet.
if I'm looking
here
at
is
this.
very primitive. Oh, you were looking at this, and you've never seen anything like it before.
Okay, so all I know is it's a machine of some kind and it's
Yep.
humanoid shaped.
Yep.
Okay.
You've seen like a digger.
A digger?
You know, like a.
Oh yeah, I just didn't know because I know like
Yeah.
suits of armor exist.
No.
Heavy lifting equipment exists.
No, you don't even have
exoskeleton
weapons
exists.
really, other than hand weapons for hunting and stuff.
Yeah, I just didn't know that. I just thought I'd get clarification on that.
Well-
This is a very foreign thing.
I've got
brawling.
enough to this world weaponry.
Oh yeah, potato gun. Forgot about that.
I
Okay.
have my bow.
So, are you guys
I've got unintended
are you guys
supply
any
ammo.
questions or talking right now, or do you want me to go ahead?
Go ahead.
I want to ask the old man something.
Okay, go ahead.
Because I have the binoculars, I can see a little bit better and closer than everyone else. I get a better look at this thing. Elder, what on this earth is that?
Well, something that hasn't been on this earth in a long time.
What
a
is it?
long time. As I said,
More than you're willing to say.
it's death from above.
Well, it's no longer above. So why don't we describe a little bit
Why
more?
don't you look up? It is above us.
Well, no, see, just as his perspective, it's about my eyelid right now.
And so, as they're saying that, you hear you at that point one stepped out and another one stepped out, and out of the other doors, two more things step out, and two of them look humanoid. The other two look kind of bug-like. One's significantly smaller than the rest. Significantly smaller, and then you see like some ground moving vehicles, which you would never have seen before because you use cart and buggies. You know.
Does the significantly smaller one resemble a trash can?
No.
Okay, so it's not an urban mech.
And so you see these ground hovering vehicles. They're like kind of flying. It's almost weird because you've never seen something fly before, you know, other than the arrow. And they're kind of like flying on the ground, and they come out. And then out of this loud booming speaker, it's so loud that it like kind of shocks you. It says, "Citizens of World 3855. You have been humbly made part of Duke Harold Duroc clan claim. Be prepared to hear your new tribute that you will give to this Duke on behalf of your great leader and protector." So that's Duke Harold Draycock.
Is there a notes page on this character sheet at all, or no?
I don't think so.
Harold
Okay.
Draycock?
Yeah.
Oh,
Hank Draycock.
In that case, let me get a Word doc open real quick. I was searching that for
So Duke Harold Draycock, you have been made citizens of his wonderful Duke. Be prepared to hear further details when you have gathered. So all the people start to gather. Now at the festival, there was
Sorry, it's Gray what?
What?
It's Gray what?
What's he saying?
You said
What's
his
his name?
name Harold Gray something.
No, it's not Gray. Duke Harold Draycock.
Dre.
Drake, as in the music singer, Drake Cock.
Drake Cock. Drake
All one
Rooster.
word or separate words?
What?
Doesn't matter.
It's all one word.
Doesn't matter.
Drake Cock is one word.
Okay.
Okay, so about this time, most of the people had gathered. Now, at the festival, there was about 40% of the population. Other people had to work and do different things, been to too many festivals, too old, or whatever, So there's about 400 people gathering now around this landed giant potato.
Tight.
And as you can see, there's these four massive machinery things, one being smaller than the other, but there's four of them kind of flanking out. And then there's like these tanks that are kind of flanking out. And now people are rolling out like humanoid people wearing like equipment and carrying, guns that you've never seen before. And they're like immediately starting to set up like, you see them like bringing out, pumps and different things and setting up barricades and fences around the giant potato. Okay. It's you, Brady.
It's me.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna play it cool and just kind of wait and wait.
Okay, but talk about your emotions and feelings and what you're seeing, and you got to kind of explain what you see in this visually. Okay.
Oh, I see. I'm standing here and I'm seeing all sorts of robots just walking at. Well, I think they're robots. I'm not entirely sure what they are. They're giant mechanical creatures just walking up to this giant potato.
Now,
and I'm
just for example,
awestruck.
Brady, here's an example when you could probably spend a plot point to reminisce about one of your grandfather's stories or something like that, right? Because you would have had an experience with him maybe talking to you about something or whatever, So this is where you can play it to have a flashback.
Yeah,
if you want. I'm not saying that, but you can do. I'm just letting you know because it's the first session for you to kind of be able to use your story plots and stuff like that.
Yeah, as Billy's just standing there staring, being all starstruck and awestruck and frightened by all of these giant robotic creatures, I'm gonna start remembering the story that my grandfather was telling me once upon a time about the wars that he had heard that his grandparents had fought in.
Okay. So you remember back about the reason why you guys came to Acord. You remember your grandfather saying that at one point his parents were great warriors and they fought in giant robots. And they came here to get away from war after war and tried to create a peace place. And it was the job of your family to keep educating people so that they don't fall back into war. And he blames your dad for your dad's idea is keep it quiet, then nobody will be feared.
Ah, damn it, Dad.
So that's what you kind of remember. You remember these fights where your dad and your mom would be fighting about it, where she says, you need to teach the stories that my dad taught you. And he's like, no, it's just fear mongering. So that's flashing back into your mind.
Oh boy, oh.
Okay.
Papa was wrong.
I
always knew that Mum was smart.
Yeah. I kind of pipe in. I'm like, what are you talking about? Your pa was wrong.
Well, my grandfather, my great grandfather, actually, he was a warrior. He had used to fight in giant suits like this. So my grandfather told me, in the world before we came to this one, apparently we left because this world was going to be safer and a world without war, whatever that is. I guess it's when people fight. But my grandfather had always told my pa to teach the stories to all the younger generation, so that way they were ready and prepared. I guess this is what they wanted us to be ready and prepared for.
I'm like, ready and prepared. And I look back at the old man. I'm just like, are these guys gonna kill us?
And he said slightly, "Who knows? But it will definitely change us forever."
Well, what this kid's talking about, do we have this stuff ourselves?
There are stories. Maybe people should have listened to me and not that drunken mayor.
There's no time to be whimsical, old man. There's people pointing weapons and things as tall as buildings are going to be on top of us. And if this kid is what's saying what is right, and you're right, we have to have something, don't we?
Andrew.
I don't know if I'm allowed to do this or not. So you can just tell me no. But can I spend a plot point to remember a story that my parents told me about where they might have hidden particular weapons?
No.
Okay.
But you can spend a plot point to have a story about your side of things that you might have heard
Sure.
from your old man.
Yeah, story that the old man, my
right.
parents who came here for.
So the old man in your community didn't talk to you much because he said your family's dishonored, and he said to young Ahsoka, you'd be better off just to leave. You have no honor. Your family is honorless. And but he did talk about how at one point your father's lost his honor in a mighty battle machine. And so that's your recollection of battle machine stories.
Okay. Not potentially maybe a location of where an Atlas mech is stored on the planet?
No. Good try, though.
Highlander?
Good try.
Blackjack. We know how much we all love blackjacks here.
Nice try.
Heck, I take an urban.
Grandpapa, Grandpapa, I swear you told me a story about that commando mech that you owned.
I've never driven a mech before. Now that I might as well tell you that they are called mechs. There are many different classes of them, but I did train for many times in the pods that my father told me to train in, and then your father banned them from being used.
Are the pods on this planet?
That man's always been a fun sucker. He never let me have any fun growing up as a kid.
No,
always work.
Yeah, he even had He even had them removed from the factory's underground tunnels.
Is that why we have so many fields for potato farming?
I'm gonna pipe in and use a plot point there.
Yep.
So as soon as he said the underground tunnels, I'm like, wait, I've hidden away from work down in those tunnels.
Yes.
I mean, they're massive.
Yes.
I've never even touched I don't even know. It must be an entire city down there probably. But I think I know what these tunnels you're talking about.
Are you saying that aloud, or you just? Is that what you spent your plan?
Yeah, well, I'm kind of
And he goes, "Yes, you should have. You should have. Your great grandfather founded the factory on the technology we brought. He was the Aztec of the of the Lance, the head Aztec of the Lance, your great-grandfather?
What is a lance?
Good question.
Lance?
Good question. A lance was a battle group made up of 4 mechs. There was 3 lances in each battle group. And this community was based on one battle group.
What you're saying is there are 12 people here who used to pilot these.
Well, not here now. There was 12
Well, my
families.
grandfather's been long
were
dead.
12.
Great grandfather's been long dead.
Which means there might be some of these.
Most of the
Machines.
technology was torn apart to build our civilization.
But you just said most.
I don't know anything about anything else. Just then, you guys are chatting, you hear a big thud as the footsteps hit the ground. Boom, boom.
Are they like how close are they?
Well, you guys are now right in front of the thing almost because you've been walking towards it, and they're about, I would say, a football field away from you, 100 yards.
So they're
And-
just about a third of a potato farm away.
Well, I don't
And
know
was
about
it
you
an
guys,
open
but
field?
I'm not interested in sticking around with guns. If there's multiple of these things, we're gonna have to I don't even know who you guys. I mean, I've seen you at the bar. Osaka, was it? I don't know.
I never said my name. You have no idea who I
Yeah.
am.
I mean, I've seen
You
you
have
at the
probably
bar.
honestly never met me
I've seen you
before.
at the
No,
bar,
he's seen you
though,
as a
kinda
loner.
sitting
He
by
knows he
yourself.
sees you by your loner. He has a loner.
Or if at all you've seen me.
Mhm.
I've only
Yeah.
ever come in town to sell
You know-
my furs.
You know who I am? I'm Billy O'Leary. I'm the
Yeah,
brave
you
soul
won me
that
a lot of
got
money.
Just
You're
assume
you're
I
my
won
lucky
you a lot
charm.
of money. What's her name there?
I mean, you can call me Wolf, but if you guys want to get to that factory, I mean, I think we got to
Oh,
go before
Wolfie.
they really take notice of us. Old
I'm
man.
not going to call you Wolf. I'm
As
going to call
they-
you
what's
Wolfie,
going on?
As
but
they,
that's okay.
as you guys are saying this, they speak out. Citizens, as I said, it's a great honor to be welcomed into the family of Duke Harold Drake Cock. You are welcome.
No thanks. I like being an O'Leary boy.
You are welcome, and you are now citizens. We will be setting up our camp here, and in 30 days, you will bring us 3 tons of food
Do you like
and
potatoes?
supplies. If
Do you
you do
like
not meet,
potatoes?
if you
They
do not
can't
meet,
hear you, child.
yeah, it's
Tons.
if you do not meet the 3 tons in a month,
You got that
there will
here.
be consequences. My garrison will be setting up a base here, and every month after, there needs to be a ton of food brought to us so that we can supply the great Duke Harold Dracoff. We will give you a list of other products that we need from your planet. As we've been monitoring your planet for the last 3 months, we have a good idea of what you have here and what you do not have. And one
As
thing,
that was,
Does
as
that
that
mean
was
they're going to
going
at least bring
on,
the things that we don't have?
I turned to the old man and I look at him and go, "Take us to these pods that you trained in. The knowledge may be useful."
the old man says, I have no clue where the pods are anymore. They were removed by drunken.
Take us to your son.
I'm staying here to communicate with these people.
Your
my
knowledge
best-
will be invaluable.
my most
Okay.
my most important thing here is to negotiate. I'm the
Papa's
only one
probably
who knows
at
their
home.
squad.
He was
We
the one
have
tending
30
the
days
potato
to
farm today.
negotiate.
What?
We have 30 days to negotiate.
Yes.
First, we must prepare.
And
for
the
knowledge.
and so the guy says, "Who is your leader and elder? Come forth." And he steps out. I am the elder of the village of the north. The elder of the village of the south is not here today. I can negotiate on our part. And they take him in, and as he steps forward, one of the mechs steps on him and crushes him.
Oh. No!
There you are. That's the intro of this scene.
Not even gonna give me like a roll to convince the man to listen to me. You're just gonna go that way, huh? All right. Well,
You crushed my grandfather.
You have clues of what to do now. You can stay around and
yeah, we know that they're missing. They're gone, and there's no one knows who they are now.
well, no, you know that somebody knows who they are, and you got to figure out what they know.
We have a couple leads.
Yeah. So the end of scene 2 is
Ladies, if you're looking for his son,
the end of scene 2.
his son is my father.
The end of scene 2, which is barely just an information scene. You know that you have 1 month to provide food and whatever resources they need. They're willing to kill. They out-tech you. And you have a month. And so scene 2 is over with that. And Mr. What was his name? O'Brien is dead, crushed to the bottom of the thing. People start screaming, running in fear, not knowing what to do. But now they're guaranteeing, they're like, we need to get this stuff together. So everybody's in panic trying to figure out. And so the first week will pass. During the first week, what do you guys want to do?
We're just fast forwarding.
Have a memorial service for my grandfather.
I feel like what I would think is like we would, like the three of us, you know, we're the only ones that really know of any maybe opportunity to, you know, stop people from dying. So I'm like, well,
I'm just giving you a week to kind of figure things out. This week is where you're going to figure things out, and then we're going to proceed with where you figure out what you're going to do in the next scene.
Oh, okay, so we're just kind of brainstorming.
Yeah, this is brainstorming session for you guys to figure out what you want to do in your next scene, knowing what you know.
Yeah.
Well, what I want to do is I want to sneak into the factory and investigate these tunnels where they were last seen.
Okay, so you want to go to the tunnels. What do you want to do? Do you all want to go to tunnels, or do you want to split up, or?
Well, what other leads did we have besides the factory? The old man didn't know anything about.
Well, we have his son who moved them. His drunkard of a mayor's son, or whatever he said.
Yep.
Yeah.
So one of your best leads might be O'Leary's dad.
But I don't talk to people, and whenever I do, they don't listen anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Because you're the wilderness.
We do have a benefit in having his son with us.
So, laddies, what I'm thinking is you boys go look at the tunnels, and I'll go talk to Dado. It's going to be a little bit of a tough conversation because we're going to be doing it at the memorial service, but at least maybe I'll be able to get through to him.
You're going to go to an Irish wake and have this conversation.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you can have good fun at those wakes.
Yeah, and so and you two are going to head towards the tunnels, which you have the most knowledge about because you've been in the tunnels before.
Yeah,
and it's your father's factory.
And I'm good at sneaking around.
So so
kind of my thing.
That is kind of where we're going to go. We're going to go to another 5-minute break so I can go to the washroom. And
that's another experience.
Yep, you guys gain another experience.
Yeah.
Hooray.
So
I almost have another experience.
I'm going to mute you guys and mute me, and then we'll be back in 5 minutes.
All right.
Cool.
So we should say all bad things about everything.
So just so you know, guys, you have 2 experience, and we'll go over that a bit. Just to recap really quickly before we get back into the actual action. You had celebrated Accord Day. Things were going great until a spaceship landed. It was a big spherical spaceship, and large mechs came out and started setting up a military compound and killing your elder and demanding tribute of food and other goods to be named. And so that's where we are. And you've decided to go talk to your father at your grandfather's wake, being Billy. And then the other 2 decided to go into the factory and look for the tunnels and see what they can find.
We're looking for the secret tunnel.
So there we go, guys. Scene 3. We need to find out what the old man knew and get ready to fight or pay tribute. So... there we go. And we'll start with Billy because that's the order that you guys are set up in the cameras. He was the first one on, so he's always going to get to go first. Unless it's combat, in the case that, in case of combat, Andrew can butt in if he wants because of one of his skills.
Cool.
So.
Cool.
I thought I was hearing myself.
Is your
All right.
stream muted? Because so you will be hearing yourself.
No, I am. I should be muted. So you're not hearing echo, are you? Anybody?
Nope.
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 No echo anywhere.
Okay, clapped a bit. Sorry, that's going to be annoying to people listening. But I just wanted to see why I was getting that. Okay.
Oh.
Okay, so it's up with you, Billy. I can explain the scene if you want where you are, and then you can go.
Yeah, give us a lay of the land.
So for you,
First.
this is you. You are at your grandfather's wake. There is no body. You did not get
Obviously.
you did not recover the squished body parts of a 55-ton mech crushing your grandfather.
Whoa,
I didn't expect there to be a
hold
body.
up, hold up. Time out. You just said it's a 55-ton mech. I'm bringing that down.
That's out of game. You don't know that. So large mech for you guys. Anyways.
What mech for 55-ton?
So, but that's out of game knowledge. You can't even think of that.
Out of game, Andrew wants to know, though. I'm curious.
So, there's not much with bodies, but there is a great drunk fest going on. It is at your family farm. There is in your family farm, and there's a couple of different barns and stuff. Give me a second, and I'll be able to throw up a picture of the layout of your family farm. I forgot that I had that, so I will. Just go grab that. Let me see. There we go. Let me just put it in a decent spot. There is your family farm. Put it over this because we're not seeing that anymore. And there you go. So you're at the main house where there's a big party going on and everybody's drinking. And so this is the main house over here. I don't know if you top right corner is the main house. There's other houses and barns and stuff. And so this does not include all your potato fields. This is just your small gardens around the house because you have hundreds of acres of potato fields too, as well as some other stuff. And your farm is just on the edge of the mountains, and you keep some sheep in the mountains and stuff too. So.
And you hear me now. It starts working again.
Yeah.
Hooray.
So you're at that, and all the village elders are there. They're all drinking, mainly the Irish ones. The German ones, which are the tech people, they're mainly they don't usually hang out with you guys. Even though you're one village, the village is kind of split into three. So, but the Irish people are there, and the Irish make up the majority of the population. Hence, why you guys are the mayors. You just happen to be the biggest voting bar, and the Irish stick together.
What kind of neck could be? terrified.
Oh boy. Okay. It started working again.
Okay.
I love this.
Okay. So
So
everybody's there, family's there. Your mom is there, and she's working in the kitchen like she always is, very quiet.
I'm gonna go talk to Mumsy first.
Okay. So
I'm gonna go talk to dear old Mumsy.
Okay. You are silent.
Cut out.
You're cut right out.
Perfect timing.
Yeah. So
Can you hear?
Oh,
you're in and out. Why don't we go to the other group for a second while you figure that out?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, okay, now. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just not going to use a mic, and I'm going to go through my laptop tonight, and we're just going to do it this way.
Okay.
Because it works.
sounds good.
Okay. So, I approach Mumsy, and I give it a little rap tap tap on the side of the door frame of the kitchen. Hey, Mumsy. I was with Grandpa when he died. I watched him get squished. And he was telling some stories. You remember the stories he used to tell about all the training he used to do? What did Dad ever do with all the technology? Where'd he put it?
I don't know where he put it. I fought with him for years about that. You know, when I was a kid and I was your age, I was constantly training. I was always training. My dad made sure I was training and everything. But then I married your father, and he put an end to that. And she starts crying. My father, he's dead. Father.
I'm sorry, Mumsy. It was tough to see.
He's
I'm glad you weren't.
He's the last of my family. And I was the youngest child. All my sisters were in their 60s and died.
Okay, Mumsy. You'll be all right. I'm still going. I mean,
It's just you and your brother Andrew.
See, I told you, Andrew's the thing.
yeah. Andrew O'Leary. He's my little brother.
Yeah, he's the loser of
Andrew
the
has a little
town.
toy atlas he plays with every night.
You know, it would
He's
have
an
been
early-
it would
he's
have
an
been
early
good.
lad.
It would have been good if your older brother would have survived. But he died in that tractor accident because of those damn Mezzanec tractors that blew up right in his face.
Oh, the tractor accident, of course. We've had some bad luck with the.
We almost didn't have other kids because he was like 30 when he died, and then we had you. When he was, we thought we couldn't have kids again, and then we have you and your brother in our old age.
Well,
And your dad's never been the same. It was that tractor accident that made him a drinker. He hated tech ever since.
he's always, I remember a time when he wasn't so.
You weren't
He
born.
wasn't so bad. He wasn't so bad at some points, I think.
He was a miserable man. And when he beat you, oh, no wonder you're so tough.
You sure I am tough. I'm as tough as a potato.
He made you love potatoes so much that you forgot that there's other things sometimes.
We do have the best potatoes in the land, though, Mumsy.
But what good's a potato if we can't eat it with our family?
Well, Mumsy, I'm gonna go talk to Dad. I'm gonna try and find out where he put this.
He's probably
put this-
making potato vodka right now.
Well, at least he's putting it to good use then, Mumsy. I mean, at least he should be using it to make the whiskey, but you can't make whiskey out of potatoes, so you may as well use it for vodka.
So you see your dad in the middle of the room just drinking it up with all the people. And by now he's well past drunk.
I'm gonna approach him and
So
grab him by the.
As you approach him, we're going to go to the other group. Are you guys together?
I
I
would say-
left that group and almost immediately went to go toward the factory. So if he came with, then yes.
Well, you had a
I mean,
week
you're
to
not,
plan.
You're not getting in the factory unless I'm there with you. It's.
Are you sure?
Uh,
Are you sure though?
Okay,
I don't know.
so
I don't know who you are, but I'm telling you, my dad's not like anybody that's not supposed to be in there.
Yeah, they want to keep tech secrets tech.
Precisely.
They're the only tech company in the world because of it.
No, I don't really care. My dad's a. I mean,
Jerk face, big jerky thin.
yeah, that sounds good to me. I mean, he's only interested in building tractors and stuff, and that just it's just such a waste. But what this old guy was talking about there before he got like that is some serious good stuff right there. Like this is what it is. Apparently, my great grandfather or something was like the
Aztec is what he's the word he used.
Aztec.
Yeah.
The Aztec.
I'm pretty sure
I don't
Abe
want to be an
was
Aztec.
Aztec.
I don't know what that is, but it sounds cool.
You described it
Of a
as the
lance.
leader of a lance.
No, Aztec leader of Lance.
Yes, we described it as leader of a lance. That,
White
this
actually-
is my character saying what he
Yeah.
understands of the conversation. Described it as the
okay.
leader of a lance. She said a lance was 4 mechs. Those things are mechs.
Those massive things, yeah.
Your grandfather used to lead people into battle.
I love that how you grasped that. That's good. That's good. He played the character. You guys are obviously
All right.
together if you're talking.
Yeah. We're kind of.
I stated I'm going to the factory, and you said you can't get in there thing, and I was like, are you sure? And then I assumed you just kept walking at that point, talking and having this conversation.
Yeah.
So you're
I'm
at the factory.
I'm like,
and
to be
so
easier. I take
when
care
you
of it.
when you get to the
Conversation.
factory, this is what you see, and you've seen this many times, Logan. But I'm just going to describe it to you. You see this big fenced area, and then you see like a building, and the building's kind of connected right into the mountain. Okay, and so the building has like these big doors that open and slide, and it goes right into the main factory area where they build all the tractors, and they have these big, working harnesses and metal things, but they're not in the main building. They're in the part under the mountain. Okay. So the mountain is kind of above most of where they build things. The front part of the building is all office space, and you can walk right into the office because you're you, and your dad's factory. But to get to the back half of where they do the machinery and stuff, you have to show your pass or something, and you wouldn't be able to bring in just some stranger. So, and there's armed guards actually too.
Mm-hmm.
What are they armed with?
Rifles.
Rifles, yeah.
So ballistic weapons?
Oh yeah. No, these are top of the line. I guess apparently for our world, apparently there's
Oh, yeah,
crazier
they're-
things out
Well,
there.
they're remnants of old
Apparently.
weapons.
Yeah. I know
Um,
they like to use shotguns and stuff too from time to time.
Yeah.
So there's a fence, there's armed guards. Can I do like a perception check to see if I can't find like a spot where I maybe could slip past the gate if say
You're not in the fence area. You're actually in the office area. He brought you into the office area.
Well, they said you couldn't
Yeah,
bring us in.
Into the office area. He can't get you into the construction area.
Oh, sorry. I thought the whole
Which is the
facility
cave
was
part.
like
No.
blocked
Yeah,
up.
no, yeah.
I misunderstood.
There
My
is a
apologies.
fence, but he walked you right by that. Guards are like, hey, how
Yeah.
are you? And you're in the
Okay.
main office area. He
And
actually
then
has
there's the high security area
yeah,
that
and-
I
yeah.
can't.
he actually has
Yeah, I can get past.
yeah, he actually has an office that he could take you to too. Like he has his own office.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I visibly look uncomfortable being inside your cushy office, and I'm kind of like, I don't
Cushy.
like being kind of
You
confined
don't
in
know.
this. I live in the
I
woods.
barely even touched this place. I opened the door to my office and it's just like papers everywhere, and it's just like you can tell I haven't been there in like
Dusted.
months.
And
Dust.
well, all this looks. I kind of give you a look of this is a just pigsty kind of look, but I don't say anything to you. I just give you that look, like really.
And he picked that up because he's good at reading people.
Yeah. And I just like, hey, if you were building tractors and tillers for 17 years of your life, you wouldn't want to be here either. But now that I know that there might be gigantic monsters that I can maybe drive, I think there's something into that.
And I, at this point, I've slung my bow over my shoulder, but my hand's still like on the, not the hilt, but the scabbard, with like my thumb ready to kind of like push it out to do that like draw strike. I can't remember what it's called, but you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, just so you know, because we started a new scene, you all have 3 plot points again.
Oh, they're per scene, not per session. Good to know. Misunderstood that as well.
Yeah. So I'll just say this. You know, it's gonna be difficult to bring you around here, but
Hold on, can we go back to that for a second?
Yeah.
After the first scene, you said that Logan still used 1 plot point, so he still only had 2.
You're right.
remaining.
It's not seen. It's first session. So you're right. He has
I only have one left.
He has 1 left. And you have
Yeah.
You have how many? You have 2.
I've used
and you
1, so I
you-
have 2
You
left.
both have 2. Yeah. Unless I use
Okay.
1. Sorry.
Okay.
Good to
It's
know.
the
No,
edge.
I
It's
just-
the edge that you get back. Sorry.
I heard,
right.
yeah, I heard you.
Okay.
I heard you say that earlier, and I
Yeah.
kept that.
Yeah,
So
thank you. Sorry.
Well, I would like
No
to
problem.
preemptively re-roll. By re-roll, I didn't use.
no.
I didn't roll at all. So I'm going to re-roll my not rolling I rolled last time.
Yeah. I'm just gonna say this. I've probably gotten like an old uniform in my office here. I think we could probably find one. That'll help you blend in. That's a lie. I mean, you look great. You look smashing. But
You were talking to someone who's wearing like a heavy fur, like I
Yeah,
look almost like a Viking looking style here.
yeah, like clearly being sarcastic, right? I'm just like, you look awesome. I love the dead animals. Great aesthetic. However, I'm afraid you're gonna catch fire or something. I think I'm pretty sure I got some uniforms in the office, and I'll help you blend in a little bit better.
There is a bit of a smell of the fur because it was raining and misty, so there's a bit of that like wet dog smell coming off of me.
Yeah.
I'm used to it; it doesn't bother me, but it might bother you.
The smell's not what I'm worried about. You getting shot and being down another person to take care of whoever those guys were. Duke, Drakenhoff, or whatever that guy's name was. I think
Duke
maybe we should
Hancock.
get you a
We're gonna
uniform
call
here.
him.
I know,
I
I was
know, but-
purposely mispronouncing his name.
I assumed.
Yeah. And so, I mean, I'm just saying, it's going to be a little bit easier to get you past at least the first couple doors. And then maybe once we're deeper in, we might be able to get some sort of like a ID for you just to sort of scan at the doors as we keep going.
Well, if this is your office, can't you just give me an ID?
Well, that's the thing. You know how you said my dad's a bit of a jerk off? He's the only one that can kind of give us IDs. He doesn't trust anybody, not even his own son. So I can get you a uniform
maybe because you're a
here.
little rebellious. I just want to add something here that you guys haven't done. There's just cues, and I haven't seen any of you use any of your cue lines that you, in any situation yet.
I've grunted a few times and drank my
yes.
sake.
Okay, but here's the thing.
Those are part of my cues.
Just every once in a while, you might, if you're struggling for what to do, remember you have cues. It's just a reminder.
Yeah.
You don't have to. Nobody's struggling yet, but I'm just saying.
I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
I feel like I've been having a good time so far.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, if you get to a point where you're struggling, you do have cues.
I feel like one of Billy's cues is just hoity-toity.
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 Uh,
I get confused. Just yell
But
hoity-toity.
I'm gonna say, Osaka, don't worry. I do this sort of thing all the time. As
Okay.
I open the door wider and we go into the office.
Okay, so we're gonna pause there and head back to the wake. You just grabbed your father.
Oh, sorry. I thought he gave his father. Whoa, what's going on?
No, we would be screwed.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, I was like, okay,
and my
okay.
Billy O'Leary just grabbed to hold his father's arm. Okay, Billy, it's all you.
Papa, there's something I'd like to speak to you about, but I think we should go outside to talk about it.
I'm going outside right now in my festival party. I'm celebrating the death. Mourning the death of what's that old man's name again? That old stinking rotten fearmonger. And he swags back another drink.
His name was Billy.
Yeah, that's it again. Billy O'Brien. Your mom had to name you after him after your brother died, and my real son. One that actually did stuff at the farm. Not one that just sat and did his mommy dabby things. And he goes back to drinking.
Papa, what'd you do with the technology?
There's no tech on this wonderful world. I'm the charge here. I am the king of kings here. I'm the ruler of this town and this community, and nobody can live without all my potatoes.
Papa, where'd you put the stuff?
What stuff do you talk about? And he's kind of like drunken and tired. Now you're gonna have to roll to see if you can intimidate him into or do something to get him outside. So intimidation roll, which is a intelligent rolls in this game, right?
Hooray!
Oh, is it charisma? Yeah, charisma. Yes, charisma.
Oh,
No.
really weird.
Yeah, it's a charisma roll.
Okay, can I use my acting skill?
Isn't that what intimidation comes after? No, it's not. Intimidation comes after what?
Intimidation.
Can I use my acting skill to persuade him outside instead of to intimidate him?
Sure. Tell me how you're going to do
him.
this. Tell me how you're going to do this. Your acting skill. What are you going to say to him? What are you going to lie to him about to get him outside?
Well, I'm gonna play on the emotion of watching him get squished by the giant mech,
Watching
and that
your
I'm going
your
to
grandpa.
actually start somewhat of a scene and get like overly emotional and be
Okay,
like,
you act that out. You act that out, and I'll tell you what you have to roll against. Okay.
I watched my dear grandpapa get squished by a giant freaking robotic thing that he told me was a mech, and he said that you were the one that destroyed all of the stuff or hid it somewhere around here because of the fact that you're too stubborn to teach us the ways of the old people, because of the fact that you're too scared to do anything because you're a drunk, scared old butt.
Okay, roll your dice.
What am I adding?
You're adding whatever you have acting, right?
Yeah, I have acting.
So whatever that stat falls under.
Okay.
Plus the charisma.
Yeah. So he has a little thing on this thing telling what it's at.
I do. Okay, so what did you get
I got an 8.
on dice?
Yeah.
Me too.
Do you have
I have
like
a +3.
yeah? So you convince him to at least go outside with you. So he comes outside with you. He goes, "Enough of your whining, little boy. You can't keep going like this all the time. It just doesn't work. You're just like a baby, and that's why I liked your older brother before he passed. It's because of the technology that killed him that I got rid of all technology in our village that I could. Everything I had a chance of getting rid of, I destroyed. I tore apart with my bare hands the thing that your mother used to train on, and the stupid tech that would never come in value. And then I destroyed it and made a kilt out of it, a keen out of a steel out of it, and made my great vodka, potato vodka out of it. Now there was the one other one, the one that Nemsaki wouldn't give up. I couldn't get it from him. He said he had too much valuable tech. I said, Nasaki, you know nothing. Your tractors cause death. And we had to fight with him. And then I've never talked to him again. But if you want the technology, go look in the steel. So in the one house over to one side, by itself on the right corner, is where the vodka is brewed.
Okay. I'm gonna go there.
Okay. So you're walking over there. Okay. We're moving to the other people. Are you just leaving your dad? Are you going to say anything to him before you leave?
I'm just leaving him there.
And he goes, "Good riddance, you brat. You're too much like your mother."
Drunk old fool.
And he swigs back another drink. "And when those people come to my village, I'll show them the hospitality they deserve, and they will get. And I will become a king into them too."
I see you're using the same mugs.
You think you're gonna be a king among these people?
Boston pizza mugs.
Tight.
Hoity.
Okay, it's on to the two in the factory.
So I just kind of silently follow you. Again, still having my hand on my sword.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, you put on the uniform though, I guess.
Did I?
Well, that's
I don't know.
question.
Saying that.
Did you? I'm not gonna dress you.
Don't remember saying that. Did you already give me the uniform?
He did. So it's whether or not you decide to put it on.
I mean, if you're gonna wear the fur, you're gonna get caught.
Is it gonna
regardless
fit?
if you get
So
a
I
pass
have
or not.
my fur, but underneath it is like my hide armor that I have, right, PJ?
You're gonna have to take off your fur, hide, everything to put this uniform on. You might not like it, but you're gonna have to
Do
do
you
it.
have anything bigger? I get a size larger.
He has what he
Size
has.
larger? I'm probably bigger than you, so it's probably too big. I don't know
I'm
how
a
big
pretty
you
big
are.
mountain man.
Yeah,
What's your weight? Both
I'm
of
like,
you.
I'm 190 pounds.
Yeah. And what are you?
I'm not 190 pounds. I'm 180 pounds.
Yeah, so you're about the same size.
About
10
the
pounds
same
is not
size,
the.
yeah.
But I'm saying like for like
No,
to fit
you
over.
you
my...
have to take your stuff off in order, and you're probably gonna have to lose your sword in the
No, that's
office
not happening. Well, that's not happening.
because you
Doesn't
can't just
say
walk
it
around
was
with a sword. But
I mean, I can't walk around, but I maybe can skulk around.
there's an easy way of doing things, and then there's a hard way of doing things.
There's my character would not part with his family sword, and my.
Well, that's not true. He would put it down as long as he can get back to it.
Yeah, but do I trust leaving it in this middle of this factory?
Well, it's his office.
Do I know this man?
You're trusting him so far.
We've been hanging out for a week. So.
Yeah, it's been a week of. You might not like him, but he's your best option right now.
Can I make a stealth check to attempt to hide the sword on me?
Sure. You're gonna try to
Great.
make a self check, okay?
I'm gonna try to conceal my blade.
Okay.
It's-
I know what your blade you're using, so
Yeah, it's not a super long blade, but it's still sizable to hide.
yeah.
That's not the best of rolls.
Okay, you
But,
need. Okay, what do you roll?
What do I need?
Well, what did you roll?
Well, you said you were gonna need first.
Well, go ahead. Roll. I rolled mine. What'd you roll?
I rolled mine.
So tell me, what'd you roll?
Yeah, he's the DM. You just gotta tell him.
I rolled an 8 on dice.
Yep.
Almost every time I've asked him first, he's told me.
He has. That's why I want to know.
8 on dice. 8 on dice.
Intrigued.
And plus
I rolled
one.
8 on dice, and I have a modifier.
Yep. What's your modifier?
So I got an 11.
You got 11. Not enough. So I rolled a 13 on dice.
All right. Well, so
So just so you know, it
Wow.
was against 4 dice because it's not easy to hide a big long sword.
some
So-
longsword. Some longsword.
It is a long sword.
So, I think maybe we could. If you really need to keep your sword, once we get into like the actual factory, there's carts and stuff that we can like put it in, so you can keep it with you. It's just a matter of getting past. You know,
I'm doing. I'm
first
okay.
part. Like
Oh, do we have like?
that's what I'm saying is we might be able to get through this first door just as we are, even if you don't
And
have
then
a pass.
what I would like
I
to
might
do
be able
is
to bluff my way
I want to
through.
find like a small bundle of steel and act like I'm just like carrying like some
Sure,
steel
let's do
behind
that.
you. My sword's inside that.
You rolled that you couldn't hide
Try
your
that.
sword, just so you know.
Correct.
On his person.
Yes.
On my person.
Yes.
So,
So
he pointed that out, so I came up with plan B.
okay, but I'm just telling you, your sword's going to be in the open when you go to your first check.
But it's not in the open. It's just poorly concealed. It's still like I'm trying to hide it, just not well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just pointing that out. I'm just pointing that out.
It's pretty noticeable. So just hang back for a second. I'll just see who's
So let's see
guarding
how
the
it
door.
goes. Okay.
So
let's see how it
depending on
goes.
who it is, we might be okay.
Okay.
but
So
there-
you're
there's
coming to the
some-
doors. Okay.
Yeah.
And you notice who's at the doors. Why don't you tell me who you see at the doors?
I noticed at the doors. I kind of shrug, and I'm just like, oh well, okay. There's two kind of like middle-aged men, and they're both kind of like distant cousins of mine. And I think one of them is named Manfred, and the other one's Maximilian. Good
I'm still here
German
just
name if you're interested in that sort of thing. And I kind of like just sort of nod at them like, hey guys, just getting back to work, working for our new overlords or whatever. I got a new set of hands to help us kind of just slug around all the garbage and the steel or whatever. Picked him off the street. Gotta pay him dirt cheap. He's got nothing else.
When have you paid anybody dirt cheap? You want to pay them good money so you can steal their money in a card game.
Yeah, fair enough. But if I just pay them cheap, then I don't have to steal their money back anyways. What do you say? We're gonna bring him in. I was gonna introduce him to my dad. He might not even care. He's just gonna pick up garbage and
That
sweep
old
up the
battle
floor.
axe, he's not been the same for years. I don't know, with all the stress of what's going on and the demand they're putting on, they want plate metal by the tons.
Yeah, no kidding. And an extra set of hands, that can't hurt. Even he doesn't know any tech, but he's just. I've got the uniform on him already. Let's just see how good he's at sweeping a broom.
Okay,
It's
so
one less thing that
I
you
want
have
you
to deal with
I
later.
want you to use your acting or whatever to
Now,
Yeah,
is there an assist?
I'll do acting.
what?
And the
Is there
assist
help?
I can't hear you.
Is there an assist mechanic? Like, can I help, aid?
By not doing something dumb, but you can be talking too. Yes.
I know, but there's
No,
nothing I can add
no.
to a roll.
Well, you can by maybe your acting. You could pull us out. You could pull a point out, or you could say, "Oh yeah, I knew that guy from before," or you could, anything like there's. So you could do it by.
None of those apply to my character. I've never met either of these men
Yeah,
in my
but
life.
you could
I
do
don't know
any.
this man.
But you could do any assist anytime just by saying you do something, and if it works, to help.
Yeah.
What if I
Not what if.
blow
you're-
everyone up and then no one can question us?
Not what if you say it. You were doing it. Remember, that's how it works.
I destroyed the entire planet. Game is over.
Yeah, you just killed everybody.
Yes.
How did you do?
Woo! How much XP do I get for that?
You
I killed
yourself.
everyone on
You
this
did.
planet. I took down like
All right,
at
anyways,
least
so
a
you need to
vindicator.
roll. You need to roll your acting on these guys
Yeah, me. Yeah.
if they believe whether or not you're bringing in somebody.
I currently got a 9. No, sorry. Yeah, no, 9. Yeah.
You're good. You're good. They're
Okay.
like, hey, yeah, I don't know if he's gonna work out. It's like he's got a weird odor to go. You know how your mom is with that smells. She's like ultra like smell things, right? She doesn't. She's any odors is just man. He smells like wet dog.
The clothes
Yeah,
I'm no
well,
longer wearing.
I know,
Go
but you still-
anywhere near. He's not gonna go anywhere near my mother. Classic German mother.
Yes.
Am I right?
Yes, I know. Like, the only thing she's going to want to do is make sure he eats well. Like everybody's got to eat well. Shove another sandwich, another
Oh,
soup.
don't worry,
another-
we'll have all the
Everywhere,
sauerkraut
you're
and schnitzel and spätzle to drown him out. Richard, let's go. Let's get in there.
I kind of like look around for a second, and then I realize
I'm
it's
like,
not
I'm
you, though.
waving, like, Richard, let's go.
Nah,
He's a
look
little
at-
dick.
It was
Look at
it's
his
a very
picture.
brief moment about Richard. I kind of look up
Look
and
at
I
his
go,
picture. Does he look like a Richard?
apparently, like I walk, I just start following him, and I'm like, I'm Richard now. I make a mental note. My name is Richard. In case anyone asks.
Okay.
So, yeah,
So
we're
you
gonna write
got
down
you got past the
Acord.
first guards, and you're now into the cave that makes the factory, and there is huge, like abnormally large, like metal lifts and stuff, and like things like that. Like you would never need it for the normal size tractors you make. The odd big tractor you might make, like you make a logger tractor, like a big tractor haul logs, you might use it. But there's these huge like lifts and stuff that you would not normally use, and some computer tech that you've never laid eyes on before, Richard. Like it's just beyond what you would ever seen, and it's like ho hum to you. And the factory stretches back for probably 2 football fields length before it gets into a dark area and sections off into little rooms again.
My character, as soon as getting past like the first gate, is immediately going to start looking for any like pipes or anything that'd be thick enough that I could hide my.
There's lots of like
sword
raw
and
metal.
scalpel.
There's lots of like like metal poles and sticks. Like you know what I mean?
Yeah, I just gotta point out some. Yeah, there's your junk pile there. You can put it in the cart.
I want to look. I want to use my own perception. I'm good at this. I want to perceive it myself.
Yeah, you don't need to. It's all around you.
Perfect. But I'm still using my perception.
You walk over and grab some.
I
we're
basically
gonna
would like to
We're gonna flip back.
wait for people not to be looking, and I'm gonna slide it in there and kind of like.
Okay, well, I'm
in
gonna
a way-
make sure that you said, because you're gonna make sure that somebody's not looking. There are passerbys, and so you're gonna roll and see if you get in without anybody looking.
Do you want me to roll perception to notice them, to know not to do it
No,
then, or stealth to try to?
You're just saying you're trying to make sure. So you just.
I know what I'm saying. Am I doing a perception here or a stealth check?
No, you're not doing a perception. What you're doing is a stealth check.
Stealth check. Okay, that's what I was checking. Be better than last time. Nope. I'm going to use a re-roll.
Okay.
Significantly better. That die came out much, much better.
Okay. So you have to
I
beat a
went from
4.
4 and 1 to a 4 and a 5.
You have to beat a 4.
Well, I would have beat it regardless.
Mm-hmm. But you used your edge.
I did, because I rolled again. I rolled a 4 and a 1.
Yeah.
Didn't feel very good.
And that's why I don't tell you always the dice, because that gives you a chance to decide what you want to do. Okay.
Well, I mean, after I find out the number, I'm not going to re-roll it. But
Yeah.
I definitely passed you because I got.
Yeah. So you tell me how you hide that away. Make it.
Well, I find a pipe that has a solid bottom, so it's not going to fall through the other end, and it's just long enough to conceal the end of the hilt, so I can kind of very quickly slide it to grab it if I need it. Mm-hmm. So it's not like a long pipe. I'm kind of just like now carrying it, almost as if I have like a stick in my hand, or like a walking stick, but I'm not like obviously walking with it, but I'm kind of holding it. Still near the end, so if I need to, I can very quickly draw it. And when the people weren't looking, I kind of just very quickly drew it out in front of my body and slid it let it go, and a little ting hit the bottom, and no one seemed to notice.
Okay.
So now
Sounds
I kind
good.
of walked back over to Wolfgang, and I was like,
Okay, Billy. You're over at the little distillery there.
Yes, I am. And at this point, I'm going to use a plot point.
Okay. What are you going to use it for?
To hopefully find something useful.
What are you trying to find?
A trap door inside of the distillery.
Okay. Okay, so you're going in this distillery. What you see as you walk into the distillery is this big, huge, round circular thing that now you realize could have been something else, but it's been turned into like a vodka still, and pipes are coming out of it and different things like that, and you hear it bubbling, bloop, 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 you know, and potato piles, and as you remember, back as a kid, there used to be a little hatch that you hid things in as a kid. That was just behind that. Before there was a still in there. The still was put in, you know, when you were about 4 years old. And so the machinery was always laying in that room. And you actually went through the machinery as a kid before, and maybe even stole a couple things off it before it was turned into a distillery and put them in that hatch.
Brilliant. All right, I'm going to go open that hatch.
And what do you find?
I find some fancy gloves.
Okay, you find these great gloves that are like kind of leather, and they got like little bumps on them. They're kind of cool, relaxing gloves. And amongst that the gloves, you see a couple other things. What do you see?
I see.
So fingers are cut off on the gloves too, just so you know.
I see some glasses,
Okay. What else?
and I see a map.
Okay. Okay. So, as you fiddle around with the glasses and you're picking them up, roll a dice, please.
What am I adding to it?
Your perception.
Okay. Then in that case, it's a 10.
Okay. Okay. As you pull up these glasses and stuff, you notice that the glasses are actually attached onto something, and it's like more than just glasses. And you're like, oh yeah, I used to wear this as a kid, and it's like a helmet, and the glasses are attached to this helmet, and
See,
then,
yeah, but I thought that was greedy.
and then you look down, and as it falls out, you see the map, and the map just flips, and the map doesn't make a lot of sense to you, but it's just paper, and so you pick it up and you shove it in your pocket, thinking I'll look at that later. But as you did that, a small little chip fell out. It's kind of like a computer chip, but you don't know what computer chip is, so it's, to you, it doesn't make any sense. It's like a little thumb drive.
Okay, but I'm gonna pick it up and I'm gonna try and put it back where, like, it came out of the helmet, or it came out of
the map.
Okay, I'm gonna put it back in the map when I fold the map back up to put it away.
Okay, that's what you
Because
find in
if
there.
it was in there with the map, then it should still stay with the map.
And that's all there because you spent your plot point. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been nothing in there. So that was a good use of a plot point. So now what are you doing? Because you have about 30 seconds before we move to the other guys.
I'm gonna keep around in the shed here.
Okay, you're gonna peep around, and you realize that there's a nice set of vodka coming out of this distillery, and you think maybe I should take some of that.
Yeah, absolutely, I should.
Yeah, so you take a flask of vodka. You know that would really make your dad mad that he's missing some. So maybe you even take more than a flask. Yeah,
I'm gonna take 4 flasks.
Yeah, just because you're thinking, this is gonna make my dad mad. Because you know he measures every inch of it. And you think of your young brother, and as you do that, you think, oh man, my brother might get beaten for this. My 12-year-old boy, Andrew.
Well,
Just because my dad
He's
did
a
that
tough
when
one.
beer was missing doesn't mean his dad will do that when his vodka is missing.
he's a tough lad. He'll handle.
Okay, so you're just gonna let your brother handle it himself. Okay, good. Okay, moving along. The other guys. See how I try
Yeah,
to
so
present
we're-
a moral decision to make all the time?
Sorry.
So see how I try to present some moral conflict?
Oh, yes, gotcha. Yeah. Well, I don't know what's going on right now because right now I'm in the
Yeah.
middle of like this factory, right? And it's cool. I mean, with the new order of like heavy duty plates that we need to make for these
Yeah.
drooling guys or whatever they're called. I don't remember.
Yep.
It's not important. The factory is just alive, buzzing. People are like racing around, and it's like you've got the forges going, and
Just
you've
so
got
you
the
say, I'm going to say
press
something before you
going.
go too far here. You see
Sure.
your dad off in the distance. Okay.
Okay, and I like as I don't really like say anything. I'm just like kind of whisper to Osaka. It's like, okay, just keep going down that way. Keep some distance away from me. I'll act as a buffer. Nobody else here will care that you're here. I mean, there's a couple other Japanese guys, but and I kind of like slightly point, like stay away from that guy, and I kind of like go down this kind of like metal staircase to get down into like the main floor.
Yeah.
And as I've kind of directed Osaka to keep on top of this catwalk that keeps going away from my dad.
And you're heading
As
towards
I
your
kind of
dad?
make a buffer. No, I'm not making my way towards
Okay.
him. I'm kind of getting in between me and
Yeah.
or him and my dad,
Okay.
just to sort of keep a buffer.
Okay. And so as you
And
do
I'm
that,
just like I'm inspecting on the main floor kind of thing.
okay. And now, Andrew, what are you doing?
Upon doing that, I kind of like do the side glance towards his father as he was pointing that out, and I kind of, all right. And I make my way along there, and I try to avoid people if I can, and also
remember one thing though, just so you go, Andrew. Yeah, you're gonna want to avoid people because you don't like people. But remember,
exactly.
elders and fathers, when they're talking about them negatively, that hurts you because the honor system in your family system, right? So, and you not having a father to respect would be hard on you.
I had a father.
Well, not
He's been
now.
dead for a few years.
Yeah.
Well, I'm at this point. I'm an old man. I'm kind of old. I'm 30. You know, I'm getting up there.
Stop
My
saying
father.
old. It's 30. What am I, ancient of days?
Hey, I mean, you had to go to school right as I was going. You had to chisel out paper by paper. I mean,
Yes.
Uh,
Nice.
I'm as old as you would let me be.
yeah.
I was going to be older.
I'm hearing a bit of my voice from somewhere. Is that yours, Brady? That I'm
Brady.
hearing? Okay.
It's probably me.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he doesn't have the headset.
Yeah, no problem. I just wanted to make sure.
It usually is, and then it comes when it's. But yeah, so I kind of avoid people. I'm not going to confront him about talking to his father. Because
No, I'm just letting you know, just giving future reference later for you.
There are reasons why I've mostly grunted to this man.
Mhm.
And I, whenever there is someone nearby, I try to find something that I could be like doing, whether it's like a pile I could be kind of picking up or some task I could do to blend into my environment.
Like, what's that saying from Star Wars? You know?
Fly casual, but don't look like I'm flying casual.
That's exactly what you're doing.
I'm gonna walk casually, but don't look like I'm walking casually. I don't know what I mean. I'm just gonna do it.
Yeah. So nobody's brought any attention to you, and you're just walking along. Everything's going smoothly at this point. And then,
But there's clearly a but.
then you hear a big booming voice. Wolfgang? Wolfgang! Get over here.
Can I use my perception to attempt to eavesdrop? Because I get advantages on hearing because I have key sight with hearing.
What did you say?
I think, can I attempt to listen in because I have a keen sense of hearing?
You're not close enough to hear him with all the machinery, but you hear the
Even with my
bellowing
teeth.
voice, and you realize it's his father calling him. Okay, keep going. Either
Yeah,
way.
and I don't even like sigh or anything like that. I kind of put my poker face and I'm just like, "Oh, yes, father, I'll be right there." And I like kind of like do like this bit of a sarcastic walk and make my way towards him.
It's about time you came back to the factory work. Where were you this time? Wasting your money somewhere?
Actually, I was making some money off of some dumb farmer boys. You would be proud.
I don't like farmers. You know that. Good thing you got rid of their money. I hate farmers, especially that old Leary. Oh, he's useless. He's anti-tech and blamed me for his son's death. I can't help it that his son was drinking too much when he's driving a tractor. Machinery and alcohol don't mix. When is that old lady gonna know that?
I don't know, Dad, but you called me here for a reason.
I just got word from the off-worlders. They're coming to inspect the factory tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
They're bringing in the whole crew. Armed guards, security's going to be way harder. And they're
Way higher, you say?
Yeah, we're not going to be able to, control things. By the looks of it, they're putting a priority on our production of metal plating. Why would I make metal plate when I can make something with tech? Oh, what a waste.
Yeah, no, yeah,
I can
gotta make more of that farming equipment, Yeah, that's exciting stuff. Yes.
Oh
yeah, Dad, you're totally right. Metal plates. I mean, when I thought this place couldn't get any more boring, they proved us wrong.
I'm worried about them seeing lifts that Doherty wants to use for it. I'm wondering if you and a crew could take down the 4 large lifts and get them out of here tonight.
I know there's some of those back tunnels that we don't really use anymore. I mean, we don't really have access to them, really. I mean, like we've tried, right? But there's a couple spots back there we can probably hide them.
Good idea. Get a crew on it right now. Bring them to the back wall, and we'll see if we can stash them away somewhere.
Yeah, sounds good. Okay. And I kind of take a quick look around because I'm like, I'll get started on that right now, Dad. And I'm looking around for some people that I'm actually friends with a little bit,
which might be hard here because you think you get money for both.
Yeah, I'm really looking for one person who I know would maybe be able to do this without me being there with them. And I'm I'm trying to pop around, and I'm looking for my friend Josh. He's
Josh. He's an English.
He's an Irish.
Josh Welch.
He's an English. Yeah.
He's mixed Irish and English. His father never wanted to hire him, but that's why you like him, I think.
Yeah, I mean he's probably better at tech than I am, and so I'm looking around for that guy. So I guess I'll make a perception roll or something. Yeah.
Ooh, he might be on break.
I got a would be a 14.
Okay, you see him. He just got back off break. How about he's on break?
Yeah, and I wave Josh down. I'm like, yo, you want some easy work?
Yeah, I can always use
sound easy.
I can always use work. What do you need?
All right. Well, this would be extra pay for you here. I managed to scam some of these farmer boys at the festival today, a couple days ago. I'll give you an extra 50 tokens. You see these 4 lifts? My dad wants them down and hidden, just somewhere in the back tunnel somewhere.
That's gonna take
feel free to grab.
That's gonna take 2 days.
Well, we don't have 2 days. We have a day, and I'm gonna need you to get whoever you need.
I'm gonna have to bring in both
Bill
crews.
Bill does good work. Bill and his brother there. I kind of wave them over.
Okay, I want at least 100 tokens for this.
100 tokens.
That's gonna be all night. And
I'll give you.
and we're
15
getting.
tokens. I'll give you 15 tokens a lift.
No, that's not.
You don't have to share it with anybody.
Nice
Nobody else.
try. That's 60 tokens. You're always trying to scam me, and I'm your only friend. Do you have any other friends around here, other than Felix Mendoza, that arts freak? Like.
Yeah, Felix. Yeah, but he doesn't. I mean, I don't even know why he works here. But
Well, he just
that's
paints
besides the
things
point.
from times and time. He just comes in,
That's
paints
true.
stuff.
I mean,
and,
he does paint a lot of good tractors. I'll
Yeah.
give you that. But call it 80. You got a deal.
100. I'm not falling for your tricks. Okay, like you can't just force me to do all your work again. Like that time when you made me move all those tractors into the left, the O'Leary field just to. As a practical joke, and then I got in trouble for it.
All the vodka you got out of that.
Oh, but
Come on.
I'm not falling for it this time. I want 100 credits and I want 50 up front, and then I'll take them down. And I don't even know where we're gonna move them. How can we hide these? What do you mean hide them? Why do we have to hide them?
Well, I didn't bother to ask why, but as my dad calls them, off-worlders are coming by, and well, we don't need to show them more than we do. Do you want to do more work? I mean, right now you're doing easy work with the plate, boring as it is. But then we gotta start making these lifts too.
Okay.
You're gonna die in the factory.
Okay, 90.
90. You know what? For you, I'll cut you a deal. We'll make it 90.
Okay, so 90. I'll do it. I got a crew. I'm gonna call in the next crew too. They're not gonna like this, but okay. I'll
Don't
have
worry.
40 guys
Hey,
on it.
you
I'll
know-
have 10 on each one in within the hour, and then we're gonna put them in the back. How about the old tunnel? Put it in the old tunnel.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Well, we'll just. You know how the tunnel kind of diverges off into like two different ways there,
Mm-hmm.
and there's kind of like the one
If we put it in
side.
the old tunnel and then we collapse the tunnel, they'll never see it.
Well, we still need the lifts.
Yeah, but not right away. We can dig them out later with our farm machinery.
Yeah, you want to bring that idea to my dad? Hey, Mr. Nemechek, do you mind if we blow up your factory?
No, just the back tunnel. We don't use it anyways. Well, you'll know best, but I don't know how we're gonna hide the tunnel. Otherwise, they're gonna see the tunnel. You
Can we
go.
put,
Why
like-
don't you go explore the tunnel right now and figure out something for us? Well, I get this crew.
You know,
out.
that's a good idea. I mean, it's gonna need some time. Remember,
yes.
we've only got we got till tomorrow to do this.
Yeah, so it's gonna take me at least 10 hours to get them down, and then we're gonna pull
So,
in some
yeah.
machinery and move them.
Well,
so I get to
I'll
work.
figure out a good spot for you.
I get to work. You go look and survey the tunnels.
Yeah, sounds good.
Let
Thanks,
me radio ahead to let the guards know at the tunnel that you're coming.
Yes, perfect.
Hey, Jimmy, yeah. Wolfgang's come your way. Yes, I know you don't like Wolfgang, but yes, the father said he's going there. You got to survey something. Let him through. Just let him through it. Jimmy, I don't care. I don't care that he owes you $100, 100 coins. You're going to let him through because the father said so, and you respect the father. Okay. Yep.
Oh yeah, let him know that I'm gonna bring a new worker with me too.
Oh, he's not going to like it. Jimmy's bringing somebody with him too. Going over to good old Billy.
All right. Yeah, and I just I give him his 50 up front, and I just hastily kind of cut my way back to the upper catwalk that looks down at the factory floor, and make my way to the tunnel.
So, do you
Which
want to
I
say anything
assume-
to Ahsoka before we go to Billy? Ahsoka, and you want to talk?
Okay. We're gonna be able to get into the back tunnel. We've kind of got a reason to do it now. So I'm not entirely sure how well this is going to go. The next guard is not exactly a friend of mine, but I'm sure I could pull some weight with him and with my dad. I've won a few poker games against him, so we'll see.
If worst comes to worst, I look down towards the pipe I'm carrying.
The problem, yeah, you can't kill anybody. Maybe you could stun them? I don't know. But that's like last option. Maybe we can distract them somehow. I don't know if you've got any tricks up your sleeve.
Well, I do carry these smoke bombs.
Smoke bombs, you say? I'm not sure how that'll work, but
Are you spending a plot point
what
to
could
get
possibly
smoke
go
bombs?
wrong?
Are you spending plot points to have smoke bombs?
One of my inventory items.
What?
One of my inventory items. I have smoke bombs. No, I have binoculars and I have smoke bombs.
No, you did not. You have a herbal medicine kit.
All right, that was the other thing I took. I forgot what the thing was. I wrote down smoke bombs. Medicine kit. That's what it was. Well, you know what? Sure, I'm gonna spend a plot point. I want smoke bombs now. Ah!
Good use of a plot point.
If you're gonna have them, it'll be for this scene. So you might want to use them if you're gonna have them.
Oh well, can I wait to spend the plot point till I go
Yes, you
use
can.
them?
Yes. You
Oh,
can.
okay. Well, then if I can't keep them,
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So you guys are heading to the back, and Billy's coming out of the this distillery. Probably tasted a little bit of samples. I don't know if he did, but he's definitely got.
No, I'm still
four.
doing a little walk around,
Oh, okay.
reminiscing, trying to picture, like trying to draw back more memories, and I'm thinking, and I can remember playing in here as a kid, and before the distillery was set up, there was like different chunks of metals scattered throughout, and some of the pieces look kind of like they have similarities to the giant thing that crushed.
Are you spending another plot point? Is that what you're doing here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
If you're spending another plot point, I need you to
Plot
roll.
points to
I
draw
want you
all
to
of this
roll
out.
this to see your recollection. So this is going to be on your perception of reality. So I'm going to let you roll it as a perception check, but it's the perception of reality, or if this is just a childhood fictional memory. I've been rolling pretty
Ooh.
bad, so. I'll let you know I rolled 3 dice, just so you know.
I'm going to use my edge and re-roll.
Okay. Are you re-rolling 1 or 2?
Just one.
Okay. What's on the one that you rolled?
I'm
Not
I-
rolling. That you're
uh,
keeping. That you're
the
keeping.
one that I'm keeping is a 4.
Okay. I have a 4 as well, just so you know.
All right, I have 2 4s now.
Okay. Would you have any skill points? Because if you just have the 2 4s,
Yeah.
I'm beating you.
I have a total score of 10.
A total of what?
Oh no, sorry, my perception plus 4. 12.
You have a perception of 4?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have a total of 12. Okay,
Yeah, a total of
you do have perception of things. Majority of what you saw there were tractor parts from your brother's death, and it was a very tragic moment in your father's life. You were only 4 years old when your brother died. Okay, and so your father turned against all tech at that point, and the tractor parts were there, and and you remember that all these parts were they had a similar design in the way the joints went together and the way the tractors worked, but it wasn't actually any mech parts there. But you remember that how those tractor parts reminded you of the same joints in the arms and stuff. And then you know, shortly after that, you remember your dad, Barry. Oops, sorry about that mic spin. You remember your dad burying that tractor in the backfield and a bunch of other stuff. And he never
Really?
let anybody farm that field since. It's just been animal grazing fields.
Brilliant.
Anything else you want to do?
Make my way to the field.
What was that?
I'll make my way to the field with digging equipment.
Okay, so you're gonna make your way to the digging equipment, as you said.
Yeah.
Now you guys don't. You kind of use manual labor to do most of your farming because you're anti tractors, and so you got like shovels and different things and but as you come out of the building, your brother's standing there and he's just crying. Little Andrew's crying.
Okay, what's the matter, laddie?
Gramps dead. Gramps is dead, and I'll never be able to see Grandpa again. And I'll never be able to hear all the stories that he told me every night, especially the ones when I spend the time up at his place in the mountains. And Gramps dead. Oh, if only I had his story machine.
Oh, laddie, what do you mean the story machine?
You know, the machine he used to tell stories.
Oh, yeah.
I wish I could go and get it. It's got to be in his house somewhere.
Well, laddie, I'm sure that we could probably retrieve that for you.
I want to go. Can I go with you? Daddy's going to hurt me, I think. I'm afraid of him.
Yeah, he's not a very nice man. Yeah. Yeah, you can come with me.
So your brother's tagging along with you. There you go. What are you doing? Anything? Where are you going?
I'm gonna tell him before we go do that, we gotta go to the grazing field and we gotta do a little bit of digging.
I hate digging.
Yeah, well.
Daddy makes me dig potatoes all the time. And then the mice
Oh,
come out
laddie.
of the potatoes, the potato bugs.
Laddie, you don't even know.
Uh,
The farming potatoes for years.
Ever since I've been born, we've been farming.
I swear.
At least
when Mom and Pop brought you home, I thought you were just in a sack.
What was your big brother like?
I don't really remember a whole lot about him. I remember the Pa was a lot less
You're cutting out.
angry.
Okay,
Pa was a lot less angry.
let's go digging, I guess. Grabs a shovel.
There's something that we got to find out in the field.
So he grabs a shovel.
So let's go.
Go ahead, boys.
Oh, that's us.
Mm-hmm.
Oh!
It's wonderful that
Yeah.
you guys hear these stories, but you can't do anything about it because you're not there and you don't know what to do. And it's funny because
I don't know. I just mute myself and just sit here and twiddle my thumb.
I love
Make funny
watching
faces,
reactions.
do
I love
things.
watching reactions as each other are talking. They both make different reactions, yet because your party's split. It's great. This type of game allows for a party to split and still have fun, though.
You could have fun, and all systems have done, right?
But I guess we're back to us now.
Yeah.
Eh?
Correct.
Yeah. Just as we gotta like get before the tunnel or whatever, I'm like, here, Take this broom with you too. Add it to the pipe. It'll help. I mean, it'll make it look less weird that you're carrying a pipe around. You drop it as soon as we get in the tunnel. Take that as a yes, and then we just continue on, and it kind of gets a little bit darker as like it's just like
Yeah, and there's a like flicking light.
yeah, flicking light, and it's just like as we get away from the technology, like there's no like scaffolding kind of disappears too, and it's just like lights with
Starting to look more like a
birds going
mine
across. Yeah, a mine, yeah.
And you can see me comfortably start to relax. As we
and it
move away
reminds you
from
of the mines that are
loud
outside of town.
machinery noises.
Remember, there is mines outside of town too,
Yeah.
where they get the metal to bring to you guys, the mining community.
Sure.
That's mainly ran by the English.
But I could see Billy up ahead, kind of sitting at his table like he always does.
Yeah, it was
Jimmy.
Wasn't it? I was like, Billy's not here, man.
No. But Jimmy, he's sitting at his little table like he always does with his feet up. As I just sort of make straight for him.
Follow. Quietly trying to like not draw attention to myself because I don't really want to deal with this individual.
So I just quickly say, Billy, hey Billy,
Jimmy,
I need to make my way
Jimmy,
into the mine.
Jimmy?
Sorry, Jimmy.
Did you say Billy?
Jimmy, I need
you
to
always
make
forget my
way
name,
into-
don't you? Is it because you forget that you owe me money?
Honestly, there's more important things to deal with than money right now. I get it. I mean, I've got 40 on me now. We'll just call that good. That's sort of a down payment.
40
That's all I
40's
got.
closer than what I had before from you. He takes the 40 and goes, "Okay, what are you doing in the mines anyways? They've been shut off. I'm just here because I got the boring job. I sit here all day and all night guarding this place because your father always says it's important." Like, I don't know.
Speaking, well, I mean, who knows what he knows about what's going on back there. But he wants us to take down the lifts and find a spot for them here in the tunnels themselves. I don't know if there's a way we can make this place even less
Dad is
inconspicuous.
so weird sometimes. Take down the lifts, guard this thing that nobody needs to go in, that nobody ever goes into. But I sit here for the last 5 years, ever since that accident, and it's been what? Let me think. 12 years. 12 years I've had a job of sitting here. Me and the other guy in the other shift sit here and guard these tunnels. I don't have a clue why.
Well, turns out, I mean, I was just there the other day, and there was this gigantic mech. Is even want to talk? Think like a gigantic tractor with weapons. And
Who would put a weapon on a tractor?
That's the only way I can describe it, because we don't have anything like this in our entire planet.
Weaponized tractors
are using these off-worlders are using these weapons to oppress us.
Oppression.
So, really, the interesting thing is that they're going to be coming here tomorrow.
So what's the difference from the oppression I get from your dad and controlling me and giving me this measly paycheck that you seem to always try to steal from me anyways in card game, and being oppressed by some other off-worlder that I don't know?
Well, here's an interesting thing. That gigantic mech I was talking about completely crushed a guy in front of my eyes.
Who did it crush?
Some old guy.
At this point, upon him saying that, I'm just going to walk past him.
Hey, what do you think you're doing?
I ignore him.
Oh, yeah, he's with me. Don't worry about it. We got a job to do, Billy or Jimmy. We've got to get
go
into
ahead.
these tunnels and find a spot.
Go ahead. Just don't.
I ignored him and kept going.
Just go ahead. And he sits back down in his chair and he's like reading a book on how to win in poker.
Right. I don't even say anything. It's like I got more important things to deal with than what's his face and catch up to Sokka. It's like, okay, you You could drop the pipe in the broom. Just put it
Oh
on
no!
your
As soon as I'm out of sight, the broom's gone, the pipe's gone, the sword's back on my belt. You come in, you're saying that I've already like tightening the belt back up, and I'm just like,
Okay, explain to me what you're seeing here.
Well, I mean, back here right now, at first, there was, this is all kind of like bare rock that we're coming into, and the lights are sparser and sparser because no one really ever comes back here. I don't really know why my dad even has a garden guarding this. This is like just a kind of a place I always snuck into to
As
get.
a kid, but once 12 years ago it stopped.
Once 12 years ago it stopped. Okay.
Yeah.
So
that's when the guard went up.
So you're saying it's dark back here?
Dark-ish.
Yeah, it is dark.
So
now, once you
would
get
like
past the lights, there's lights in the first part, but then it goes into just a dark cave.
Yeah. And I was like,
is there any way for me to make a torch?
Yeah, if you want.
I would like to make a torch.
What are you going to make a torch out of?
Because I'm very good at surviving in the woods.
Yes,
so
I
know how to light a fire. Is there any just wood lying around? Because the tunnel has to be supported by something.
No wood.
The broom?
Ah, there you are.
Wood.
There you are. So you got a broom.
I know I was going to use the broom if I didn't have to, but I was going to see if there's another option first.
Yeah. So you have a broom that you can make into a pole to make a torch, but you need some sort of cloth or something that you can rip or tear, and
I would take the bristles and I'm going to rip like the top half of my uniform, so I just have the pants.
Okay.
And I'm going to turn that into like the thing, and I'm going to pour a bit of my oil that I have on me.
Some animal oil fat.
Yes, the animal fat. Whatever starter I use to start my fires normally at night, I assume I still have on.
Okay. And you have some sort of flint or something, right?
Yep. Flint. You're
going to roll a survival test to see if you can do this.
Okay. I feel pretty good about this.
Okay.
Got 10.
Would it be safe to?
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
I was just thinking. I was like, would it be safe to say I have like a pen light in my like toolkit or something?
Probably.
Basic tool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll pull that.
And,
I mean, it's not very strong, but.
And you got. I rolled a 4, so you made a torch, no problem. Yeah. So you got this torch.
Wait, was that 10? No, it's not 10. It's 9. I lied to you. I only have a +3.
Okay.
But still.
Oh, not good.
That's still enough.
Yeah. Okay, so you got a torch, and you're noticing as you walk down the tunnel, you come to kind of a divide. There's 3 ways to go.
Can I use a perception hearing to see if I hear like wind coming out of one of the tunnels?
No.
I can't do that?
No, you would not hear wind.
I wouldn't feel it.
You could use a perception in another way. Maybe use your torch in the perception to see.
Well, you would feel wind and hear.
Your torch would show you more than you could by hearing.
Yeah, the smoke's probably all heading that way too. I'm saying,
and not only that, the fire would flare more where there's more air. So you could use your perception, but not the hearing. It'd be perception on your visual.
Yeah, you would be able to see.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Like try and use the bonuses I have to things.
I know, but
I have bonuses to my hearing. I want to see if I can hear wind whistling down a tunnel. It's very loud when wind moves down a tunnel.
There's no wind whistling, but there is. You can look at the fire and use your perception. Would you like to roll a perception?
Sure, I'll do that then. That's terrible.
What'd you roll?
7.
It's good enough against the roll.
Okay.
Well. So you notice that one tunnel, actually, the one that's to your left, is got some wind coming out of it. The other 2 do not have wind coming out of it.
Oh, there's 3 tunnels.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, So you said the one on the left?
Yeah.
So this one leads somewhere. These 2 are dead end. That doesn't mean what we're looking for isn't stashed in one of the dead ends, though.
Yeah, it's hard to say. But honestly, it's been so long since I've even been back here. You just pick away. Let's just go for it.
Well,
I like to take the chance.
Let's see what's leads, because at very least, It's another way in for another day.
Yes, my dad's gonna start wondering why there's an Asian man walking around with a pipe with a sword in it. So, yeah, let's see about that.
As you notice, as you were talking with the Asian man with the sword, I've already started walking again. You're just like, kind of start mumbling that under your breath as you catch up. You're like, oh.
So as you continue to walk down the tunnel, you've walked 100 yards, you've walked 200 yards or meters, 200 meters, and there's nothing. It's just darkness so far.
Well, torchlight.
Yes, but you know what I mean. Like around you, there's nothing that is distinct. And then you hear a noise.
I was gonna say I want to keep listening in case I hear it.
You hear a noise. Now let's see how good your hearing is. Let's roll on your hearing.
What's the bonus to the perception thing? Because that's something I didn't get a chance. I didn't know that by far.
Right.
I know I took the perk that gave me a perception bonus to the hearing, but I don't know the actual number.
It is +1.
Is it on +1?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not sure it's +1 or +2.
On hearing. +1 on hearing stuff.
Okay, that's 12 then.
Okay. And okay, so you hear some little rodents moving about, and they're.
Are those rodents moving about your house?
Yeah, I was just wondering, like.
Well, I saw something. I just don't know what I saw.
Roll of perception.
The rodents, obviously.
Well, I don't know. I did trap a mouse the other day, but you know, this was high, so I don't know. Anyways, maybe a fly.
They sound like large rodents, like we're talking like badger and upsize. We're talking like
you hear a lot of noise. That's rodents. Like
I hold my hand out to hand you the torch.
I was like, I grab it, kind of like, okay.
And then I put my hand on the sword, and I kind of start walking forward, listening for the noise to see what it could be, and I investigate.
Okay. And at that point, we're going to head back to Brady.
Hopefully we get to fight something. Yay, it's one of my specialties. Fighting
Right.
with a sword.
Yeah, it's your thing.
Yeah. Well, it's based on having a sword. My identity is this weapon.
I'm trying to think of where to start digging.
As you get out there in the field, there's some sheep gnawing at you. Moo, moo, moo.
Get off. We're not here to feed you right now.
And little Andrew's like, "Oh, Georgie, come here." And George comes up to him and he's rubbing Georgie's head. "Oh, I love my sheep."
Of course, it's Andy loves a sheep. Brilliant. Is there a spot in the field where it looks like there's less growth?
Yeah, right where they feed the sheep all the time.
Other than from constant eating, I'm thinking more like
Your brother's like, "You know, right here where the sheep are always eating, it's always been a kind of a weird spot. We feed the sheep there, but they never seem to be any growth here."
Okay, let's dig here then.
Okay. So he grabs the shovel. He starts digging. He goes, "Why are we digging anyways? Are we looking for some dead bodies? You know, Daddy might have killed somebody."
We're not looking for dead bodies. We're looking for robotics tech.
So he keeps digging, and as he's digging, you're digging for like a half hour or so, and you're digging away, and he hears a thud. I hit something.
Well, maybe that's what we're looking for here.
Are you going to give me a hand here, or are you just going to let me dig all the time? You just sitting there staring at me while I'm digging.
I'm gonna give you a hand there, buddy. I'm coming.
You're like a town worker or something. You barely ever work here.
Let's go.
Like, come
Let's
on,
go.
you
I'm giving
sit
you a
there,
hand
you
here.
sit
Let's
there,
go,
and
Eddie.
you sit there and drink, and I sit here and dig, and you just do nothing all day. Come on, just because I'm younger than you
I'm
doesn't mean you
helping
can
you,
tell me what
laddie.
to do.
I'm helping you, laddie. I'm right here. I'm helping you.
Aye. I always said your big brother should be like your best friend, but I'm thinking a lot more like a slave driver right now.
Yeah, sometimes they are. Don't worry, I'm helping you now, laddie. It's all good. We're digging. I'm helping you get this, whatever you've struck out.
Okay, so you
Let's go.
you start to clear off this old rusty metal thing. It's been in the ground for 12 years. It's all rusted to pieces, and you realize it looks a lot like a tractor.
Because there's a tractor. Where's the rest of it?
And so you found a tractor. I didn't know Daddy had tractors.
Yeah, this is the tractor that killed that.
I couldn't hear you there. You were like maybe drinking too much or something. Like you're stumbling on your words.
That's the tractor that killed our older brother there, laddie.
Oh,
Think?
I was born after he was dead, so I didn't know him.
I don't remember his name either.
Was he a better brother than you to me?
Not overly. If I don't remember his name, at least I remember yours and you remember mine there, laddie.
I think mother called him Brian, but I'm not sure.
I don't remember.
Named after her grandfather, Billy O'Brien. I think it was Brian O'Leary.
Yeah. That could have been it, laddie.
I don't know.
Let's keep on digging. I think there might be there are other robotics and tech stuff.
All we're finding is rusted out metal. Why do we keep digging here? You just want to see me work, don't you? It's because I stole your thing the other day.
You sold my what now?
I mean, sorry, I'll just keep digging, yeah?
You know you sold my what now?
He starts digging.
Yeah? Keep digging at the little grave there, little boy.
I'm not digging my hole. I'm not digging myself into a hole here or something.
Yeah, it seems like it there, laddie.
Yeah. Well, okay, see that? And you dig and he stops for a second and he looks around and he goes, I'm done digging.
All right, laddie, if you want to go deal with Daddle, then go on ahead.
What are you saying? I think you're drunk. I can barely hear you. You're breaking up all the time.
Laddie, if you want to go home and deal with dear old Daddle, then go right ahead there, lad. I'm just going to stay here and keep on digging until I find what I'm looking for.
You keep digging. I'm going to go stay in the guest house.
Laddie, that's a good idea, but maybe dear old Daddle's going to end up stumbling in there at some point drunk to the whistle.
Yeah, he's on a good drunk tonight. He'll be in the barn before anything.
Oh, laddie, we know that to be true. Passed out in the pig trough.
Yeah, well, I think he's like some of the barn hens. I think he's into the young barn hens, the ones that work the fields in the day.
A violent man he is, that daddy.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I'm gonna head to the guest house, and I should say the servant quarters almost like it's the farm worker's house, but at least I'd safe from Daddy.
All right, laddie.
And maybe if you want to head to the mountains to the cabin, we can head there whenever you want. Seems I don't even know if you know where they're way because you never went to see grandfather. You never ever cared about him, and now he's dead, and you pretend like you know him.
Well, laddie, if we don't, if you haven't found what we're looking for here, then we may as well just go on up to the cabin to see.
I'm going to bed. I'm going to rest for the night. You can keep digging if you want in the dark. It's starting to get dark out here, and you're just as crazy as your dad sometimes with that alcohol. And he leaves. And that stupid spud gun of yours that you keep shooting me with.
Oh, laddie, don't you dare speak ill of the spud gun. That'll save your life one of these days, laddie. Don't you at all.
Yeah, but and he pulls out his little stick, and because all the Irish guys carry a stick. He goes, "Yeah, you'll save my life. I'll save your life sometime."
All right, laddie. We'll leave in the morning.
Yeah, see, in the morning, if you make it out of the field because you're just so drunk, you'll fall in a hole and kill yourself.
You know what? I think you're right. I think I'll stop thinking about what you did to the guest house.
Yeah, listen to this. Like, your voice is all chucked up, and I barely understand you sometimes the way you talk when you're drunk.
Aye, laddie. I'm following you back to the guest house. I'm going to be done digging.
Okay, well, you come in when you can, but please have a shower. You stink.
I'm doing it now. I'll have a shower once we get back to the guest house.
Oh, yes, whatever. You stink. Anyways, I'm heading out. Okay, on to you guys.
Excellent. So, I walk forward. Right, one hand on the hilt, the other on the scabbard.
Well, before you go any further, Brady's family's messed up.
Apparently.
Yeah, that was
See,
really
my
going
family
downhill.
can't be messed up because they dead.
I mean, you're painting half the picture, man.
I know.
You gave me a super drunk jerk of a dad.
I know because I just paint it as it comes. Like, it's not planned ahead. It's just as it comes. I planned the outline of the whole thing, but just when you dialogue, I don't know where you're going, so I have to add to it.
Yeah, cool.
So, okay. You got a great mom by the sounds of it.
Yeah.
She married a real jerk, though. The O'Leary jerk.
She did.
Okay, go ahead, guys.
Okay, yeah, so I wait for whatever. I slowly start making my way, staying somewhat near the edge of light, but still progressing and waiting to see what comes about. Ready.
Oh. So you're still enough light that you can see, but all of a sudden a waft of air and everything comes towards you, and you hear screeching and about maybe 100 bats fly right at you.
Perfect.
So you're cutting that away at the bats. Is that what you're doing?
Absolutely, and I brought my sword.
Yeah. So you're swinging away. So swing away at some bats.
I went and got my sword.
Okay.
I thought that'd be funny to actually have a sword.
It is funny. So you're swinging away at some bats.
I'm really good at using my sword.
Okay, what'd you roll?
2 6s, baby.
Okay, so you chop down about maybe 20 bats, just like murder them. They're
It's
blasting
like lightning fruit ninja.
Yeah, like you're basically like the fruit ninja going away, and these bats are like falling all around you, and you're thinking, and they're just landing on the ground, and your friends there just watching this happen, and he kind of got a few bats get by you, but not many.
I'm just like, I guess it's not many bats. Yeah, not many bats are getting past him. So I'm just kind of like standing there with a torch, with
Just
my
watching me cut everything up. It's a good thing I brought him along.
It's like, wow. You don't say much, but you swing a sword pretty dang good.
It's like
all right.
flashes of light.
you're
just go by in
done
front of me.
Mass murdering all these bats. We'll just carry on, I guess.
Okay,
I was
how much?
like,
If the bats have
Like,
what's the bats
trying to
distance?
step over the bats and
Yeah.
stuff.
It's kind of
Blood
slippery.
everywhere.
It's kind of a little bit slippery
It's
now.
slippery and
The,
everything.
the
Yeah,
tunnel
exactly.
is
Yeah.
getting narrowing. It's narrowing as you go further. How much further are you going to go?
I'm gonna keep going.
How much further?
Yeah, I think
How much further can I go in this 3
Well,
minutes?
I'm saying right now, just how much further are you going right now?
All the way.
All the way. That's not an answer to the question. Give me meters.
4,000 meters.
Okay, you're making a tunnel that long? Okay.
Sure.
So 4 kilometers of
4 kilometers.
Of tunnel, why
I
not?
was thinking like, yeah, maybe another 300 meters.
Sure. Let's say 300 meters.
Okay, so as you get to about 300 meters, you realize that the tunnel is getting to a narrow place that you kind of have to crawl now. You're good hands and knees if you want to go any further.
And is the air getting less stale?
Yes, you're getting fresher air.
I told him, the end is up here.
Yeah, I think we can squeeze through there.
Okay, so you're going to crawl into the tunnel?
I'll go first.
Okay. So you crawl about 25 meters, and then it gets
That's
really...
a long crawl.
Yeah, it's not easy. And then it gets really narrow, but you can still make it. But it's tight now, so somebody much bigger than you wouldn't make it. And then you see the opening, and you're in the side of the mountain.
I was using my knowledge woods.
You gradually were making an incline that you just realized as you were climbing. Most of it was in the climbing stage, in the crawl.
Do I recognize my surroundings being of these woods?
No, you didn't travel on this side of the mountain too much. Most people don't because of the bad marshlands below it and stuff.
Sounds like good hunting ground, though.
Marshlands? Not really. That, you were actually more to the south where the other villages and hunting in those areas.
Okay.
But you do realize you're on one of the bigger mountains. And
Perfect.
And this mountain's mined from the mining areas and different things because it's heavy metal content in this mountain. And
Is it?
yes.
Okay, this is good to know.
I would like to erect one of those stone people.
Thing saying
kind of
that I was here.
Yeah, to kind of
On
mark
the
us
outside?
that way. If we need to come back through this way, we can find it easier.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, no,
You make a marker. You make a marker of some sort to know that
Perfect.
this is how you're gonna have to get in. Now, then it's not big enough that you can really get completely out. You're gonna have to do a little bit of digging or something to broaden that if you want to make it a permanent, exit point. Make it easier.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can get in
as it
and
is
out.
right now, the two of us can make it out.
Yeah, but if there's anybody
The
bigger,
street-
they wouldn't get it out.
Screed is good.
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, I mean,
It is only the last about 2 feet that were hard.
let's be honest. If at the moment, out of our party, we are the biggest individuals, and if we can make it through, I think we're good for now.
Yeah.
Not too worried about it yet.
Oh, yeah. Felix is just into,
We've
like,
never met
art
him
and
yet.
stuff,
Though.
like,
Well,
not big
he knows him.
Well, I've known him.
Yeah.
I don't know how big he actually is, but
Never met the
I
man.
don't know.
All I know is you're
I
roughly the
feel
same
like,
size as me. We can
between
make it
us and that little Irish guy, you'll fit through here, no problem.
through. Mhm.
So I figure at this point, you're building that stone cairn, and I just kind of turn to you and you think you can find this place again?
I kind of look around and go, I'm taking it. I'm trying to memorize the route I would take. 'Cause do I know where the village we just left is in comparison to here?
You may want to use your rangefinders and take a look around, get some markings.
I would absolutely do that.
Not that I want
I
to
just
give
didn't
you
know
hints.
if I would know, this is this mountain. It's to the south of the village.
Well,
or
you're in a
something like
mountain moving, so it's hard to tell which direction. But with the rangefinder, you could probably find some markers.
Cool. I want to try to find anything that I'm familiar with.
Well, the
That's
markers,
stand
decisive,
kind of the
things that signify.
yeah, that I could say hey, I know that giant red
Yeah.
oak.
Okay, so let's roll a dice on perception.
Yeah, that's not bad. I'll take that. Perception.
I will tell you that
and
I did roll 3 dice. I will tell you that.
do I get any bonuses for using a rangefinder, like a +1? If I have binoculars so I can see better?
The rangefinder do say it gives you some sort of bonus. Let me just look at the equipment and see what it does. Okay.
I never looked at that. I just wanted binoculars because I felt that was a good survival gear item. I also took the artillery skill because I want to be someone that can throw my bow as a longbow. So I'm like,
Artillery is a bow skill?
no, I just thought it made sense for someone using bow to later have
Oh.
a skill that could translate into net combat or just
Yeah.
combat if we ever get there.
Yeah, fair enough.
I can.
Hey, you fought some bats.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what my
Belly,
sword skills
yeah,
are. I got
definitely
go
sword
up.
skill, bow skill, and
I'm
artillery.
going to tell you something. That next session will be a lot more combat.
It's great. I get to
Your
use
first
my
week is- Your
sword.
first week will be
I will
more
try to find a more accurate sword to my sword and not what essentially is just your standard European longsword.
I will give you
It's actually a little bit shorter than
I
longsword,
think
more of an
it'll give
arming
you-
sword.
I think it gives you a +1.
Cool. I'll take a +1 then, and say that's the number.
On
That would put
determining
me...
range of something.
So not on
Not
this.
just perception, no. But once you use it, if you want to determine exactly how far something is, so you can write it down, then you can do that.
Okay.
So
I kind of figured those would just do that automatically.
yeah, I know, but
That's the rangefinder. Like, oh yeah,
I know, but
1,000 meters.
it's old. Remember,
That's
it's
it on the
old tech.
binoculars.
It's old tech. Okay, go
It's
ahead.
old tech that still more.
But you don't even know how to turn the power of it on, really. You
No,
need.
that's fair.
If you would have given it to your partner here, maybe he could help you get it to be better. But that's later.
Either mine. Either mine. I don't
No, I'm
trust
just
it.
saying to work on the tech.
Well, I got a 12 total then. If I don't get any, if I got a +1, but you said it's only for that, not for perception, so then it's just 12.
Okay, so you see a lot of things, but nothing's really distinct. But you
Jeez,
do.
That's a tough roll.
I know. And you look over to the one side, and you know the village is to the east, and you know that it's a couple kilometers, but you can't. You know that if you go west of the village for 2 kilometers or more, you're going to be around this spot. Follow the mountain to the west 2 kilometers. So you should write that down.
Sure.
But distincting spots, no. You'll need to use another test to make when you get there to find that hole again, or your little nook took. Okay, so
You said how many kilometers?
2 kilometers.
2 kilometers.
West.
To the west. That's as good as I'm gonna get, and I just go. Can manage.
Well, this is not what we're looking for exactly.
So
Nice.
you traveled about a kilometer
make our way
down the
back.
tunnel.
Yeah.
You come back through the bats. You come back to the T in the road, and there's one that goes one way, one goes the other way, and then actually back too. So it's a cross. So there's 3 directions.
Yeah,
You
we're
go
not
to
going
the
back. So
back to the factory.
I look at you and I go. I picked one. You picked one.
So they're straight to this factory. All right, the factory is to your right. Your right. You can to your left now, or you can go straight.
well, the factory's there. Maybe there's something sort of connected to the factory. Let's go straight.
Okay, so you're heading
Wow.
straight. So the opposite of the factory,
Oh,
straight across.
did
the
you?
field.
Are you still holding the torch, or did you give that back to me after the bad thing?
If you want it back, sure.
I just didn't know.
I
know
think
said
you
had a
got the
pen.
sword. You just
Okay.
keep it.
How far?
Okay.
How far are you going to travel in the next direction?
In that case, I keep my hand on the blade, ready to go.
We'll keep kind of traveling about, we'll say, 250 meters.
250 meters. As you come to 250 meters, you notice that the rocks start to change, and so it's no longer just like cut out rock. It's almost like cement has been poured to make this tunnel.
So it's not natural.
No, you're no longer in a natural part.
Psst, I think this is what we're looking for.
Well, did you make this?
As I said, I haven't been back here in 12 years, and even as a kid, I never actually even came down this way. I always kind of went down like straight from the factory into that tunnel.
Do you
So-
want to spend a plot thing to tell you what's down and out, so you don't have to go look at it,
I might as well.
so you can tell us
Oh,
what's down that
well.
tunnel?
That was your last plot point, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. But if this doesn't turn out to be anything, then that's
So
good.
what was down in
Uh,
the far the straight ahead from the factory? As a kid, you would.
Well, yeah, I mean, back there was just kind of like would have been came down, and it was like a quick bend, and then it actually goes down into kind of like a cavern kind of thing. And there was lots of spaces to sort of like keep things, hidden or whatever. And I remember like digging through some like old crates and stuff. It was just like kind of filled.
So
with,
this
like,
is the opposite direction that
Mr.
you're going.
Yeah, and I was just thinking, it's
Yeah.
kind of like miscellaneous
It's like so, you're,
boxes of.
so can I
supply.
ask this question? Is it kind of like an old ravine? Is that what you're saying?
An old ravine.
Like caverny, ravine I don't know.
yeah, kind of like like kind of opens up quite a bit, but there's lots of like corners and stuff where stuff could be tucked away. It's got like the what do you call those? Like cone shaped staglights
Yep,
and
yep,
whatever,
yep.
like
Okay.
coming
Okay.
down from the
Yep,
ceiling
yep,
and stuff
yep.
like that.
Cool.
And it was just like it was a pretty cool place to go as a kid.
Good. Okay, so
Exploring and
this
seeing
area,
bugs.
as you keep going, it becomes more cementy, and you come to a big door. Metal door.
Ah.
Does not budge. It's not like a hand door. It's like,
Oh, it's like a vault door.
yeah, shut
hmm.
this way.
I'll
Okay.
use like look around for like computers or some sort of like a screen or something.
Okay, do you want to do perception check?
Gotta do tech.
Yep.
They're trying to see if there's something interesting.
I want you to do perception first to see what you find.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
Can I
that's
also
fine.
do a perception check to kind of look at the same thing,
Sure.
try to
Yeah,
find
you can look
somewhere
around for
opening the
something.
Yeah,
door?
you would be looking
Yeah.
around, yeah.
I want to see if there's anything else beside this door that in this area.
Yeah, because you wouldn't know computers, but you might know. Yeah.
Yeah, like there might be a button.
Yeah.
That's
I
not
got
terrible.
12.
Okay, so I'm rolling Andrews first. Okay.
Okay, I got 9 just to see, like, again, it's not even like I'm looking for a way to open the door, just anything else of
Yeah.
note in the area.
Yeah, there's gotta
Oh,
be
there's a pile of
some sort
skeletons
So
here.
you-
something.
Oh, there's a car here.
Andrew,
Yep.
you passed your perception, and you notice that there's nothing really out of place. Everything seems kind of like cementy. It's just like a bunch of cement with a metal door, and you look around, and you just see this steel door that nothing looks out of place. Like there's bugs and stuff, but like it's not like, oh yeah, I'm going to. But it's a good perception. Like you can see that there is one thing you do see is that there is a way to turn on some lighting. There's some lighting on the floor that lights up by the door. But there's no. I'm not saying you can see the switch, but you see lighting, like some sort
Oh,
of
you
lighting.
said the way to turn it on. Sorry.
Yeah, but sorry. Yeah, I meant
thought
to
that meant
say
I could turn it
there's
on.
some sort of lighting device, but you don't see a switch.
Would I have the knowledge to understand that I could follow it back and maybe find where that would be? Because it's going to be on a chain or like a pipe or something.
Like, yeah, you would have knowledge to think enough knowledge about electricity that there should be a power source.
Yeah, and like try to trace it back to the power source.
But you don't see because it's in the ground, so it goes down.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. So I know that there's lights, but that's really about it from the way
Yes.
to turn on lighting in this area.
Okay, now
So there is power.
What was your role, Logan?
I got a 12.
Okay, so you being a little more techie, you realize that in the door there's a scanner. It doesn't look like much. It's just like a little hole where you can scan something.
Well, this
You
seems strange. Can I guess I want to kind of discern like what it's trying to scan. Is it like a key card, or is it like some sort of a body part, eye or hand or something like that?
I'll let you roll a computer check on that.
Computer's check.
Okay.
I mean, if it was a card, it'd be pretty easy to tell.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Card reader. It's the biometrics where it gets tricky.
We got 11.
It's
Okay,
actually a
so
tongue.
you realize that it takes some biometrics.
Biometrics. Well, my grandfather used to run this place. Apparently, my great grandfather was like
So it's
The
a small
captain
hole.
of
It's just
the-
like a small hole.
small hole, like finger sized.
It's a small hole. You want to stick a finger in?
It's a small hole. That's all it is. But
Osaka, don't worry. Nothing could possibly
you
go
wanna,
wrong.
like,
I
shine
stick
the
my
light
finger
to
Is that
it?
what
in.
he said?
Look in the
Nothing
hole?
possibly can go wrong here? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
I stick my
okay.
finger in. Yeah.
So you stick your finger in, and all of a sudden, as you stick a finger in, you feel a sharp, sharp pain. Okay? And you like pull your finger out
Like
real
doom.
quickly,
oh, it's blood.
and you're like bleeding.
It's blood.
Mm.
I look over to you and I go, "You all right?"
I kind of look down. I'm just like, I don't know. Did the door at least shift or something? Guess not.
And then all of a sudden the lights come on the ground, come up.
I hand you like this leaf and go chew on this.
Like gingerly take it. It's like, what's it supposed to taste like?
And then as
it tastes very metallic-y in tech. In
the
taste.
lights come up, and as the lights come up, you
They
hear a
make it prevent
grind.
infection.
You hear a grind and like the doors like struggling, hasn't been opened in years, and it's like and it's grinding to open, and you're like, oh crap, what's going on here? And
I position myself in the center of the door with my sword ready to be drawn.
Yeah, I've got my hand on my pistol ready to.
And that ends your scene. And we're gonna pick this scene up next time, where we're opening the door, and Billy O'Leary and his brother are gonna head to the mountains. Okay. Any question?
No, one thing I'd like to just state. Basically, the leaf I gave him is going to be like an anti-infection.
Yeah, I figured that. I figured it was some medical type thing.
Yeah, just didn't want to get it because could prevent tetanus, that kind of stuff. Don't want you to lose your finger.
Sort of thing.
Yeah.
I am a combat medic after all.
So,
I cut things and I heal
here's
things.
The thing, guys. Most weeks I want you on 7:30 so we can get everything set up, and then 8 we'll start playing, and we'll go over a little talk about it. And that's kind of thing. We'll usually play, 2 1.5 hours. Today we did 3 scenes. And so next week we're going to be going into the thing, and we're going to be doing, in our break, we'll do 3 weeks, and we'll come to the cutscene at the last scene will be the 1 month mark and what happens. So
after next week, we're taking a 3-week break in game.
No, what I'm saying is you're playing the next week to see what you guys do, and then it's going to be, you know how we in our break or 5-minute break, you have to decide what you're doing for those 3 weeks, and then we're going to come back like, scene 2 of next week.
That's after we finish this scene.
Yeah, scene
Wouldn't
2.
It be 2 weeks though?
What? Yeah, it would be 2 weeks. Sorry. Yeah. So scene 2 of next week will be either you giving food to them or some sort of confrontation, depending on what you want to do.
I will sneak on board with a neutron bomb and blow up their ship like a Death Star.
So, you have got basically 3 weeks of prepping to get ready for whatever your decision is going to be for your response to Duke, Harold, Drake Cock. And so, but yeah, we'll start the next week early on. By that point, the brothers will be at the cabin. That's where we start off next week. So kind of think of some of your things you're going to do for the cabin, and you boys will be inside this room maybe.
And here's the one thing, though. Because we have no idea what's in there, we really can't plan for anything.
No.
For all we know, there's a bunch of people about to attack us.
You could.
We don't know nothing about happen.
I don't think there's going to be people, but
no. There could be another exit to the side.
But here's what I'm going to say. As the door opens and slowly opens, it says on
the door?
No, the voice, an automated voice says.
Oh, they have an automated voice.
An
Good
automated
to know.
voice says, "Welcome, sir," and then your last name.
So his name, obviously.
Yes.
Not mine.
Yeah.
Well, you didn't stick your finger. You didn't stick your finger in to see if your name would have done something.
Don't worry, you still have the pants from the uniform. We're okay.
Correct. I am a shirtless man. I'm a shirtless mountain man, hairy chest, broad-shouldered.
You could have stuck your finger in and seen what happened.
I was over accepting lights, and I hear, "Raka, don't worry." Ow! So I wandered over. I was like, "What did you do?"
Okay, so I'm going to end the stream here. We can talk for a second, but I'm going to end the stream, guys.
Sure.
All right.
Let's end
Bye.
that. Bye, stream. We're so
Au
glad you
revoir.
came with, and we're looking forward to next week. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you later.
Bye, YouTube.